Now, in theory, this should be working. Yes, it is. Alright, good early morning to those in Philippines, if anybody's watching from there. I'm going to share the stream real quick, and then we'll get going. So we have a lot to talk about with this system. A lot of threats that Emong will bring across Luzon and the Luzon Strait. Alright, seems that is shared. And I am going to add the poll to ask what signal warnings you guys are in. So signal 4, signal 3, hello, signal 1 through 2, and then none. Alright, good morning. We have roughly 2 hours or so until it's likely to make its next landfall somewhere near La Union. But starting off with it, we're going to take a look at the forecast cone. This is the forecast cone as of 11 p.m. We should get one in about an hour, an updated cone from Bagasa. Officially, though, it has made landfall in Pangasinan, and it is likely to make another landfall near La Union or even Ilocos Sur over the next 2 hours or so. The system is expected to move through Luzon before exiting in towards the Luzon Strait as a tropical storm, potentially impacting the Babuan group of islands and the Batanes Islands as a tropical storm, before reaching the Sakishima Islands as a tropical depression and exiting the Philippine area responsibility by Saturday night as a low pressure area. Taking a look at the signal warnings, we now have signal 4 warnings in effect for southwestern Ilocos Sur, the western coast of La Union, and the northwestern portions of Pangasinan. These signal 4 warnings, if we go on this discussion here, means winds greater than 118 kilometers and up to 184 kilometers an hour may be expected in at least 12 hours. This means very heavy damage to high-risk structures, heavy damage to medium-risk structures, and moderate damage to low-risk structures. Many houses of medium-built materials will be unroofed, some with collapsed walls, extensive damage to doors and windows in those areas in that signal 4 warning. Again, it is a typhoon at this time, and it is making landfall, and it is moving back over water roughly right around now. If we take a look at the radar imagery, we can see the system, its eye, now moving across Pangasinan and almost back into the West Philippine Sea, and then it will move towards La Union over the next 2 hours or so. This imagery is going to be over the past 4 hours or so. Maybe it takes longer. I'm not sure on how long it will take until its landfall, but it should be within the next 2 to 3 hours, would be my guess. Again, if you have any questions, you can leave them in the chat and I will gladly answer them. Now, taking a look at Signal 3 warnings, we have a lot more Signal 3 warnings today. We have parts of southern Ilocos Norte, the entire province of Abra, and parts of western Mountain Province, the rest of Ilocos Sur, the rest of La Union, parts of western Benguets, and parts of northwestern, the central Pangasinan, and parts of northern Zambales. These Signal 3 warnings means winds of roughly around 89 to 117 kilometers an hour within at least the next 18 hours or so. And we also have Signal 2 warnings for the rest of Ilocos Norte, the Babuan group of islands, and the Batanes Islands, as the system will be tracking northeastwards, and potentially impacting those islands with winds of around, if we take a look at the Signal 2 warnings, of 62 to 88 kilometers an hour. It is also in effect for the rest of Mountain Province, the rest of Benguets, the rest of Pangasinan, and parts of northern Zambales. And then Signal 2 warnings in effect for most of northwestern Luzon, and Signal 1 warnings for the rest of northern Luzon. Oops, okay, did not mean to close out of that. Now, if we take a look at some of their forecast discussions and some of their more forecast threats, including rainfall, I will pull that up shortly. My Facebook glitched out, so I'm going to have to load it up again. Sorry about that. And I'm going to load up some of their more detailed forecast, including the rainfall threats and surge threats. All right, their latest rainfall advisory was issued as of 11 p.m. This will be the rainfall forecast from tonight until tomorrow evening. As we can see, there's a large area of areas that could receive over 200 millimeters of rain over the next 24 hours or so. The entirety of Ilocos Norte, Abra, Ilocos Sur, La Union, Benguet, Pangasinan, and Zambales, and parts of western Mindoro could receive a widespread incidence of severe flooding, and landslides are expected in those areas highlighted in red. We have areas in orange, including Mountain Province and parts of southwestern Luzon here, which could receive rainfall totals of 100 to 200 millimeters over the next 24 hours or so, with numerous flooding events are likely, especially in areas that are urbanized, low-lying, or near rivers, and landslides likely in moderate to highly susceptible areas. And then we have areas of 50 to 100 millimeters for the rest of Luzon here, and just localized flooding are possible in areas that are susceptible to it. Now, if we take a look at tomorrow's forecast, this would be from tomorrow evening, which would be on the 26th, this would be on the 25th evening to the 26th evening. Still and Metro Manila in that last forecast has rainfall totals of around 50 to 100 millimeters that day, and another 50 to 100 millimeters from the 25th evening to the 26th evening. So we can see, though, the main core of the system will be moving near Ilocos Norte and the Batanes and the Babuan group of islands, so totals of 100 to 200 millimeters in those areas. La Union, Pangasinan, Benguet, and Zambales could also get around 100 to 200 millimeters because of that southwesterly monsoon, driving all those heavy rainfall rates out of those outer bands towards those areas. And then if we look at the next day's rainfall totals, this would be the final, or most likely the final day of rainfall from this system. This would be the 26th evening to the 27th evening. Zambales could get a roughly 50 to 100 millimeters, parts of western Mindoro, 50 millimeters of rain. So at that point, it's mostly just the southwesterly monsoon, not the system itself. The system itself, by the 26th and 27th, would be already off towards the Sakishima Islands. Ryan says, so basically Emong will make landfall somewhere near Ilocos Sur. Not exactly. The system has moved over Pangasinan. As we can see right here, we can see the southern eye wall is currently impacting parts of Pangasinan, and the bands there off towards the south of it, the core of it, is impacting some areas of Zambales. And eventually, though, the system will continue moving eastwards to La Union over here, where it could make a landfall as a typhoon once again. Yes, we're really only seeing the southern part of that eye wall right on here over Pangasinan, and parts of the eye are likely already over Pangasinan. This system will continue moving eastwards towards La Union. And eventually towards Benguet and Ilocos Sur, Mountain Province, Abra, those general areas, before eventually moving back over the Luzon Strait and then towards the Babuan group of islands and the Batanes Islands. So I don't think it's going to make landfall in Ilocos Sur anymore. It should move more more northeasterly than north-northeasterly as it makes this curve. Yes, Ryan Z Animations says even if it makes landfall somewhere in Ilocos Sur, rain will cover all of Luzon. Yes, if we take a look at that rainfall forecast again, all of Luzon gets in at least some rainfall from this system. Now let's take a look at the satellite imagery this system has. Here's a look at Typhoon Comay. Right here, and we can see that eye now starting to pop out, a nascent eye on that northern side. I don't think that that's the actual eye of the system. It's having a bit of problems locating where exactly that center is. I'm curious if we have a mesosector on it. That would be helpful. Now, surprisingly, the mesosector is still on this system, Francisco. So we can't really see very high resolution data on Emong. And if we take a look at Windy's radar, and we go towards the Radar Plus feature, we can see it's quite hard telling where exactly the center actually is. It may be up here on that northern side, but overall, though, we are seeing this portion of an eye wall, and the main reason I believe that it's most likely located near Pangasinan is on that radar imagery we can see the western part of that eye wall. They're just towards the west of Pangasinan, moving towards the south, so I don't think it's mostly up here. So in my opinion, I do believe it has made landfall somewhere along Pangasinan, and officially it has as well. Again, if you have any questions, you can leave them in the chat and I will gladly answer. But yeah, we can see a lot of heavy rain impacting parts of Zambales. Over here, mainly the northern portion of the province, but really the entire province. Heavy rainfall rates of over 25 millimeters an hour in some spots. So flash flooding will be a concern as the system continues moving northeasterly or towards the northeast, and we get that southwesterly monsoon there just pushing in a lot of the rain there and a lot of the surge. Speaking of surge, let's take a look at the forecasted surge from the system, because we have seen an increase in it. We'll pull that up now. Surge is now expected to reach 2 to 3 meters in parts of northwestern northwestern Luzon, including parts of Ilocos Norte, Ilocos Sur, La Union, and Pangasinan here. So surge totals of 2 to 3 meters. So again, if you're near the beach, you should probably move to higher ground, or stay with a friend who lives in higher ground. Really, there's not much time to prepare at this time, since the storm is already impacting land. Curious what surface observations are saying, if we have any, in terms of pressure. This is parts of central Pangasinan. Pressure of around 995 millibars. Hasn't really lowered much recently. See this area right up here. Parts of La Union. Not really showing pressure at all there. I'm not quite certain where the center actually is. This is quite difficult to tell, because at least on this satellite imagery, it shows it's more north than where it may actually be. It's on a north-south difference on where the center actually is. Just my best guess, though, is it's somewhere near Pangasinan, because of that western eye wall showing up on radar. Again, if you have any questions, you can always ask and I will gladly answer. Looking at parts of Metro Manila, not seeing a whole lot of rain impacting them just yet. Looks like it was impacting them around an hour ago. But we do have this band of heavy rain which may be approaching them over the next few hours. Again, we should get an update in around 38 minutes on a new cone and new forecast in terms of signal warnings as well. Again, I left a poll there if you want to answer what signal warning you are under. We've got winds of 27 miles an hour. Tropical storm force winds there. That makes more sense. I'm curious if we can see a look at where the what was I gonna say? Where the winds are on a scatterometer pass. Again, this is a fairly compact system. On this here, the tropical storm or gale force winds are only really around this far out from the center, so not really a large system. Normally, the systems would be mainly this large, so it's really not that large. Um, so it's only really going to be a tight corridor of areas that see the wind impacts from this system, mainly around the eye wall, especially to the southern portion of wherever it makes landfall. So here in parts of Pangasinan and Zambales, areas here could be receiving rainfall rates of 25 to 35 plus millimeters an hour. Speaking of which, let's take a look at some of the rainfall forecast over the next 5 days or so from these models. So the European model is estimating roughly rainfall totals of around 150 to upwards of 300 millimeters for parts of Zambales province. And for Pangasinan, totals of around 100 to 150 millimeters across the province. Parts of La Union could get areas or rainfall totals of 200 to 300 millimeters. Same for Benguet. Parts of Ilocos Sur could get rainfall totals of 200 to 300 millimeters. And parts of Ilocos Norte could get rainfall totals of 70 to around 220. And going westwards towards Mountain Province, rainfall totals of 25 to 180 millimeters. And parts of Metro Manila here getting rainfall totals of around 60 to 70 millimeters. Looking towards Abra, rainfall totals as well around 25 to 130 millimeters. The Babuan group of islands getting around 15 to 50 millimeters, and same general totals for the Batanes Islands. Now, if we look at the rainfall totals from the American run, showing a general similar consensus here. Metro Manila gets roughly around 100 to 150 millimeters of rainfall, including Quezon City. Areas of Zambales gets around 150 millimeters to 175 millimeters. Pangasinan gets an additional 100 to 150 millimeters of rain over the next 5 days. La Union gets roughly around 200 to 100 millimeters of extra rainfall. Ilocos Sur gets roughly around 150 to 200 millimeters, and 100 to 200 millimeters for Ilocos Norte. Looking at parts of Abra, I believe that is Abra. Let me just double check. Okay, that's Abra. Rainfall totals of around 80 to 200 millimeters of rain are possible. Mountain Province gets a much wider range of totals of around 20 millimeters on the eastern portion and around 150 millimeters on the western portion. And again, if you have any questions about your local area, you can always ask in the chat, and I will gladly answer and give you a rough idea of your impacts. Speaking of which, I'm going to actually add that on here. Questions about what impacts you will receive. Leave your city in the chat. Okay, I'm going to turn this on. Just so I can always help out people in their local areas. And looking at parts of the Babuin Group of Islands, rainfall totals of around 20 to 80 millimeters of rain or so. And parts of the Batanes Islands, again, 80 millimeters to 90 millimeters of rain. Now, if we take a look at the German run over the next 5 days, generally higher totals along the west coast, but lower totals across the eastern portions of these provinces. Metro Manila and Quezon City gets roughly around 70 millimeters of rain. Parts of Zambales gets rainfall totals roughly around 250 to 50 millimeters of rain. If we look at Pangasinan, rainfall totals of 25 to 250 millimeters of rain are possible. La Union could get rainfall totals of 80 to around 200 millimeters of rain. Parts of Ilocos Sur could get rainfall totals of around 80 to 250 millimeters. Ilocos Norte could get rainfall totals of around 30 to roughly 150 millimeters. If you look at parts of Abra, rainfall totals of around 20 to around 200 millimeters of rain are possible. Mountain Province could get around 5 to 80 millimeters of rain. And then looking at parts of the Babuin Group of Islands, rainfall totals of 10 to around 80 millimeters. Parts of the Batanes Islands, around 120 millimeters of rain. Looking at the access model, this shows a more accurate depiction of rainfall totals, but not for the northern portion of Luzon, unfortunately. Rainfall totals of around Metro Manila, around 150 to 200 millimeters. Zambales could get rainfall totals of anywhere from 100 to over, or of around 100 to over 400 millimeters, maybe even 500 millimeters of rain are possible. If we look at portions of Pangasinan, rainfall totals of around 70 to 170 millimeters, and La Union, roughly around 200 millimeters of rainfall. Wolf3 says, I honestly am shocked about Comay / Emong's path. Yeah, I mean, it's taken a quite unusual path, making a U-turn, mainly influenced by this system over here, Francisco. Looks like this system may not actually have a well-defined center anymore, based on a recent scatterometer pass. But overall, this system's in the stronger one right now, and it is moving quite slower than what was initially forecasted. Again, within the next 29 minutes or so, we should get an update from Pagasa on their new forecast. XL Digital Gamer says, Maria Ira, it's starting raining. I'll pull up your potential impacts. I don't know if that's a place. Sorry, I don't see that there. Speaking of which, though, if we take a look at the cameras in some of these areas, if I zoom in towards Metro Manila here, I will pull up the provider's website here so we can take a look at the live imagery. Not a whole lot of flooding going on really in Metro Manila here. This is the road that would typically flood the most. Of course, busy traffic for it being near midnight with all these trucks. Okay, just yeah, this is the look of Metro Manila. If we take a look elsewhere, if there's any other live cameras here getting impacts from these heavy rains, not seeing a whole lot. This camera, though, is in parts of Pangasinan. Let's pull up this camera. I doubt we'll see a whole lot. Wait, what's this button? Oh, that's cool. Windy has a live camera feed here. That's cool. As we can see, it is starting to get a little bit gusty, but because the system has such a tight core of those strong winds, they likely aren't seeing that just quite yet. And if we look at parts of, this would be, I believe, La Union. There, I'm just going to double check. Yes, parts of La Union. This area could receive a landfall, and there is a live camera there. I don't know if it's just images or if it's a full-on camera. Okay, looks like it's just a still image. Rainfall rates around 13 millimeters an hour, so around a half an inch an hour. Winds are around 1.1 meters per second, gust of 5.6 meters per second. All right, Maria Era. Hamja says, may I ask where is the location of the typhoon at this moment? The typhoon is currently located just over northwestern Pangasinan. I'll pull up this radar imagery right here. This is Pangasinan province, and it is located roughly around the northwestern tip of it, right over here. Is where the center of the typhoon is located at. Remember, the center is not the worst impacts. Its impacts field spreads all around here, roughly right now. And that is going to continue moving towards the northeast. And these rains, though, these rain bands on the southeastern side of it will be impacting areas in Metro Manila over the next few days. Hum just says, I'm here in Subic. I will show you your general impacts in that area. I believe that will show up here. Alright, Subic, if this is your area, or if I'm wrong on this, you can always correct me. That looks like it would be it, so I'm just going to make sure there isn't anywhere else. Oh, Subic, Philippines, this might be it. Okay, there's Subic. If we take a look at the rainfall forecast from various models, over the next 5 days, the European run shows rainfall totals of around 200 millimeters. The American run shows rainfall totals of around 140 millimeters, and the German run shows rainfall totals of also around 140 millimeters. The Access run shows rainfall of around 280 millimeters, so a general total of around, I'd say, 100 to 300 millimeters of rain are possible over the next 5 days or so. If we take a look at the wind forecast for that area, which I believe that was located somewhere around here, just going to double check. No, it is located towards the west of that, over here. Okay. If we take a look at wind gust right now, wind gusts are roughly around 65, upwards of 50 to 60 kilometers an hour. The winds should start weakening now over the next few hours. So you are likely experiencing the strongest winds that you will experience from the system because it is quite far away from you. If we take a look at kilometers away, it is located roughly around 180 kilometers to your north. So generally winds of around 50 to 60 kilometers an hour at around your max should continue moving to the northeast though. See if there's any questions on Twitter. I don't think there would be any, but I'm just going to make sure so I don't miss it. Nope. Or wait, hold on, let me refresh this. Someone asked about San Carlos. All right, if we take a look at San Carlos, their potential impacts, okay, they're right here. This is from the, let's start off with the European run. San Carlos could get rainfall totals of around 100 millimeters of rain over the next 5 days. The American run shows rainfall totals of around 130 millimeters of rain, and the German run shows around 40 millimeters, a much lower total, but the access model shows around 100. So generally totals of around, I'd say 50 to, 50 to 150 millimeters would be my guess in that area. San Carlos would be located right around here. Taking a look at the American run here on wind gust, I don't think that that's quite accurate. Likely getting around a 80 kilometer an hour wind gust right now. Of course, as the system moves off towards your northeast, winds should start lowering. San Carlos is located in Pangasinan. Looks like it will get a little bit worse over the next few hours before eventually conditions will start to improve beyond roughly around the next 6 hours or so. Conditions will probably be at their worst before eventually gradually improving. They are in a signal, that'd be a signal 3 warning, I believe. So again, signal 3 means winds of around 89 to 120 kilometers an hour are possible in those areas. And again, if you have any other questions, you can always leave that in the chat and I will gladly answer it. Ryan says, according to Zoom Earth, it has made landfall. Well, about Zoom Earth, the problem with this is, oh, Zoom Earth there, okay, I guess so, but problem with Zoom Earth, this point right here is based on the forecast track where it's supposed to be right around here. The forecast track, though, doesn't do every 10-minute increments. It only shows where it is expected to be, or where it was, and where it's expected to be in 12 hours. So it doesn't mean that it's there right now. It's moved actually slower than forecasted. Let's see, someone on Twitter asked about Leoa, which that is located at roughly here. So it is somewhat a coastal area. Rainfall totals from the European run, as a reminder, this is over the next 5 days. European run shows roughly around 150 millimeters, whereas the American run shows a general total of 190 millimeters. The German run shows lower totals of around 100 millimeters, so a general total of around 100 to 200 millimeters are possible in those areas. Now, if we take a look at the wind gust, they're not experiencing a whole lot right now, as they are, as again, this is quite a compact system, so they likely aren't experiencing any of the impacts just quite yet. Seems like they may only get roughly winds of around 40 kilometers an hour, depending on how far to the east the system eventually goes. But surge will be a concern for those areas. Roughly around 2 to 3 meters of surge are going to be possible in those areas. So again, if you are near the coast or near areas that are surge prone, you should probably get towards areas that are more elevated if you since you do have some time left. The impacts will likely be worse over the next, let's see. So it's around 18Z, so roughly around the next 6 hours or so. Maybe at their worst, maybe even longer than actually. No, maybe in the next 10 hours or so. Ryan Z says, is Cross a tropical storm or tropical depression? Zoom Earth underestimates things. Remember, Zoom Earth does not underestimate anything. This is from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. Zoom Earth doesn't have any input on this stuff. This is from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center that is forecasting this. All these models are not Zoom Earth. They're models. This is the American run, and then this is the German run. It's likely not a tropical cyclone just yet. I don't have it as such. If we take a look at the latest scatterometer passes of the system, it may nearly be a tropical cyclone soon. I'd say maybe in the next, maybe almost right now, actually. I'm going to look at it where it is. I don't think so, though. It is quite a sheared system, so I don't have it as a tropical cyclone just yet. It still has quite a broad circulation to it. So in my opinion, it's not a tropical cyclone just yet. May become one in the next 6 hours or so. Let's see. Now, the reason that it says tropical storm is this is because of the Japan Meteorological Agency. They've decided to name it as Crosa. But as we see here from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, winds are only around 30 knots. It's likely stronger than that, in my opinion. Winds are likely around 40 miles an hour or so. So it likely has tropical storm force winds, but it likely isn't a tropical storm just yet, because of the fact the circulation and the convective activity is not organized enough. That's all I hear. Yep, you can hear my mouse. Yes. Hopefully, though, you can hear my voice, and I don't know if it's quiet or if it's loud. And again, within the next 17 minutes, we should get an update from Pagasa. Alright, let's see if there's any other questions. It's not loud, but the clicks are. Okay. Here, I'm going to listen to my cell phone stream real quick. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of... Here, I'm going to just do a little bit of a test real quick. I think it's fine. Honestly, I've just gotten used to it. Right, I'll probably invest in a quieter mouse, maybe. Um, and again, if you have any questions, just let me know in the chat and I will gladly answer. Especially if you want to know about your local areas or you have family in the area in the Philippines, I will gladly answer. All right, we have a question that's asked about Urdaneta City on Twitter. Urdaneta City. Is this it? Water District? There it is. Okay. This is located in, I believe, Pangasinan. Yes, Pangasinan, roughly central Pangasinan. So if we look at the forecasted rainfall totals, again, this is over the next 5 days or so. Looking at the European run, showing roughly rainfall totals of around 100 millimeters. The American run showing around 110 millimeters. And from the German run, roughly around 50 millimeters. And the Access run shows roughly around 130 millimeters of rain. So general totals of around 50 to 150 millimeters are possible in those areas over the next 5 days. Could get even higher rainfall rates. And they are in a signal 2 warning, I believe, or on the border of a signal 2 to 3 warning. So generally, winds of around, let's see, winds of around probably 80 to 100 millimeters of rain or 80 to 100 kilometers an hour, excuse me, of a wind are possible. Speaking of which, if we take a look at the American run here for winds, or let's start off with the German run since it seems to be doing a much better. Roughly wind gusts of around 70 kilometers an hour are probably occurring right now, and it's probably only going to improve over the next few hours, fortunately, because of how compact the system is. So it seems like they are getting the worst impacts right now. as the system continues moving gradually towards the east-northeast. Oh, and this is the Lingayen Gulf. Okay. Lingayen Gulf. If I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, you can let me know. We have a question about Tarlac City. Tarlac City is located in just south of Pangasinan. So if we take a look at the forecasted rainfall totals, the European run shows roughly around 70 millimeters over the next 5 days or so. The American run showing higher totals of around 90 millimeters. The German run showing much lower totals of at around 10 millimeters or so. And the Access run showing around 80 millimeters. So generally totals of around probably 10 to 150 millimeters of rain are possible in Tarlac City. So it's a broad range of across the models. And if we pull up the winds that they are experiencing, winds right now roughly around 40 kilometers an hour, not really from the system itself, and it should gradually improve. All right, Memmerds ask Santiago, Isabella. Let's take a look at that area. Let me see if it's this one. Nope, that's not it. Santiago. I'm gonna do Philippines. Let's see, which one is it? Don't think it's any of those. Here, I'm gonna look it up off stream real quick. Santiago, Isabella. Okay, I see it. It is near Luzon, or sorry, not near. Of course, it's in Luzon. It's in the Cagayan Valley. Santiago. I'm gonna search up Cordon. That's a closer area, and see if it pops up on here. There it is. Okay. Santiago, right over there in Isabella. All right. If we take a look at the rainfall forecast, again, this is over the next 5 days or so. If we start off with the European run, showing totals of only around 5 millimeters of rain. Looks like they get lucky there. Same thing with the American run, only around 5 to 10 millimeters. And the German run shows really nothing. No rainfall there. If we take a look at the Access run, I don't know if it covers. Yes, it does. Around 5 millimeters. So really not a whole lot. Around 5 to 10 millimeters of rain is being forecasted by all these models, just because most of the rainfall will happen across the western portions of Luzon, not really the eastern portions. But if we take a look at the signal warnings they are under, that's southwestern Isabella. Roughly around a signal 1 to 2 warnings are in effect, so winds could be a problem in those areas. And if we pull it up on here, Santiago would be located right roughly there. If we take a look at the German run right now, showing not really any winds, so it should be calm. Can you tell me if what the conditions are like there? If it's calm, so in theory it should be calm. And again, if you have any questions about your local area, you can always leave them in the chat. Santiago should get a gustier. It shows roughly around 50 kilometers an hour. I'm going to change this to this. Shows it at around 11 a.m. or so. So over the next 9 to 10 hours or so, should peak out at around 50 kilometers an hour before then gradually weakening. So you do have some of a wind threat to go through over the next 10 hours or so. Before then it starts to improve. If you have any other questions about your local area or family that lives across the Philippines, just let me know about those areas in the chat. We have a question for Bolinao. Excuse me. I will pull that up. Oh, that's almost in the worst impacts of it. They are likely experiencing the eye or the northern eye wall of the system as it continues moving northeastern or towards the east. Again, stay sheltered at this time. But if we take a look at the remaining remaining rain threats, I could see an additional 100 to or 130 millimeters of rain on the European run. Over the next 5 days, the American run shows totals of 150 millimeters of rain. The German run shows 225 millimeters, and the Access run shows around 90 millimeters. So again, totals of around 75 to 250 millimeters of additional rain are possible in those areas. And if we take a look at the winds that are happening right now in that area, wind gusts of around 100 kilometers an hour are likely happening, and it could peak out over the next hour or so around 120 kilometers an hour before gradually improving. So you roughly have another 2 hours or so of the system before conditions should start gradually improving. Just stay sheltered and be prepared for power to go out if it hasn't already. Again, if you have any questions about your local area, you can always ask. And roughly within the next 7 minutes or so, we should get a new update from Pagasa. Okay, not seeing the radar anymore. It may be more north. It's really hard telling. I don't know where it is exactly. Um, because satellite shows one thing and radar shows another. It's quite hard to tell because I mean that does look like that would be the parts of the northern eye wall there. It's quite hard to tell. This maybe if it is over that area, maybe starting to continue to rapidly intensify, could reach a Category 2 strength or so before making landfall. Ryan says, how exactly do you estimate the landfall timer? I mainly do it off the Joint Typhoon Warning Center cone or generally where it's been tracking. Uh, looks like it may be quite longer. If we look at this forecast, well, this was as of 1 a.m. Okay, so this is quite out of date. This was as of 1 a.m. And then if we go back before that an hour, it may be slightly longer. I'm going to readjust that. I'm going to set it again at 2 hours at this time. Again, we will most likely do coverage up until landfall, maybe even beyond that, depending on how much support there is. Arthur says, I heard about this before. Heard about what? And if you have any questions, you can always ask. Satellite blue laser of death. Okay, let's see what satellite shows. Oh, geez, yeah. And this happens sometimes due to glitches. If we take a look at the satellite imagery across the United States, we should be able to see that. Not here, maybe on infrared. Curious at what satellite imagery that is on exactly. As it showed it at around 1:30. Not seeing on here though. National Hurricane Center though has released a new update on that disturbance, roughly around a 10% chance, saying a broad area of low pressure over the north central Gulf is currently producing an area of disorganized showers and thunderstorms. Over the next day or so, the system is forecasted to move generally westward across the northern Gulf, where some slow development is possible. By this weekend, the system is likely to move inland, ending its chances for development. Regardless of tropical cyclone formation, locally heavy rainfall is possible for portions of the northern Gulf Coast through this weekend. Arthur says, I heard about this before of an outbreak of typhoons in the western Pacific. Yes, and again, if you have any questions about your local area, you can always ask. We have a question for Dagupan City. Let's take a look at that area. Okay, there it is. If we take a look at the rainfall forecast over the next 5 days, and again, if you have any questions about your local area, you can always ask in the chat and I will gladly answer. See rainfall totals of around 100 to 120 millimeters of rain on the European run over the next 5 days. The American run shows totals of around 140 millimeters. The German run shows lower totals of around 50 millimeters. And the Access run shows totals of around 120 millimeters. So mainly around 75 to 200 millimeters of rain are possible in those areas. And if we take a look at the wind estimate in that area, it's probably peaking now. Looking at the German estimate here showing wind gusts of around 90 kilometers an hour before gradually improving. So Dagapon likely experiencing the worst conditions right now, and things should gradually improve. Looking at the signal warning, though, they are under a signal 3 warning from Pagasa. Again, if you are liking the stream, you can always give the stream a like and also subscribe if you haven't already, because I do these updates whenever there's a possible threats impacting the Philippines or anywhere across the world. So again, if you have any questions about your local city, you can always ask them and I will gladly answer. Or if you have a family in the area, family in certain areas, I will gladly answer that as well. We are roughly around 2 minutes away from a Pagasa update, most likely. So again, any questions? Hamja says, or Hama says, how is the movement of the typhoon now? Well, if we take a look at where it's most likely located at, based on radar imagery here, this was as of 1 a.m. and it hasn't updated since, unfortunately. I don't know if I have to refresh this. I'm guessing I do. Yes, okay. So, I mean, it has faded away on radar. I'm not quite sure as to why, but it is starting to move into the, I forget what area that is called, the Lingayen Gulf over the next few hours, I'd say. But looking at satellite imagery here, this is showing a different kind of center. Over the past hour or so, it's moved roughly 10 kilometers an hour. We go past 3 hours, 40 kilometers. So maybe around 10 to 12 kilometers an hour it's been moving at towards the northeast. I'm going to translate something real quick. We'll translate. Hold on. About impacts. Alright, I'm just going to send this in the chat just in case if anyone speaks a different language, stuff like that. That is in Filipino, so I don't know if that's the language, the proper language. I couldn't see something for Tagalog. Again, though, if you have any questions about impacts certain cities could receive, you can always ask and I will gladly answer. Let's take a look at some of the forecast runs, though, from the system until we get another question. The HWRF run shows it making landfall somewhere near La Union, before eventually moving towards the northeast as a very broad and sloppy systems by the time it reaches the Ryukyu Islands. If we take a look at the HAFS model, it shows pretty much the same setup. Perfect. Santiago, Isabella, yes, members, I have answered that before, and I did I'll answer it again. But first I'm just going to real quickly see if there's any questions from or any post from Pagasa. Not quite yet. So looking at Santiago, I believe they are located around here, yes. So looking at the forecast here, the access run shows only around 5 to 10 millimeters. Same thing for the European run, showing generally lower rainfall totals, only around 4 millimeters over the next 5 days. Looking at the American run, showing totals of around 10 kilometers an hour, or sorry, 10 millimeters, and the German run showing like close to none, close to no rainfall. So generally, totals of around 0 to 10 millimeters are possible over the next 5 days or so, just because the system will have uh, quite a quite a compact area of impacts, if that makes sense, because it's such a small storm. But if we take a look at the wind forecast, they are under a signal 2 warning, signal 1 to 2 warning. If we take a look at the wind forecast from the German run, showing it's quite calm now. So, Mammerds, is it calm where you are right now? Is what I'm curious about. Is it calm where you are right now? Because the model run shows it is quite calm there. But if we go forward for the next several hours, it does increase in winds, and winds could top out at around 60 kilometers an hour over the next 10 hours or so before conditions start gradually improving. And though here's a look at where the strongest winds are likely occurring at right now. Anywhere in this red color shows totals of around 80 to 100 millimeter, or sorry, excuse me, 80 to 100 kilometers an hour, with wind gusts of up to 140 kilometers possibly happening in some of the mountainous terrain. Yes, thank you, Ryans. Arthur says, thank you for putting me at the top of the list. What do you mean? Oh, top fans, I guess? I don't know how that works. And I don't know why Ryans isn't on it. He's been one of the most active chatters. Hi, again, if you have any questions about your local area and the impacts they could get, you could always ask and I will gladly answer. I'm going to post this link on YouTube. That should probably do, or sorry, post this post this link on Facebook, excuse me. Again, if you have any questions, you can always ask about anything really where the storm is located at. If you're curious about anything, you can ask. There's no wrong questions. And we should see an update any moment now from Pagasa. It is currently at 2:05 a.m., so they should make an update within the next 10 minutes, most likely. Their forecast, though, at 11 o'clock was issued at 11:34, so they did say that the next update will be at 2 a.m. So their latest headline was Typhoon Emong has made landfall in the vicinity of Agno Pangasinan. And if you like the content and you want to stay up to date on storms that impact the Philippines, you should consider subscribing and liking the stream. It really helps out a lot. right. Someone asked, did these centers shift north because the first landfall in the center now doesn't make sense to me? It's quite confusing. Looking at the latest radar imagery, if we refresh this page, let's see if there's a new frame that's come out. Yes, there is. Um, Again, it is quite confusing, and it does look like it may have shifted somewhat north. Again, it did make landfall in Pangasinan, and it is moving northeast right now. Yeah, you can see that southern eye wall starting to move more and more to the north. Here, if I increase the speed of this so that way I can draw while it moves. You can see that southern eye wall starting to move more and more to the north. So it does look like it is making a sharp curve towards the northeast. So it is likely to make a landfall somewhere in Ilocos, or either in the far southern edges of Ilocos Sur, or a majority, or most likely in La Union. Ilocos, yeah, sorry. Ilocos Sur or La Union. Oh, thank you, Ryans. I can see that when you do that. Again, if you have any questions about your local area, you can always ask. Or if you have family in the area as well. And if you like what I'm doing, you can always subscribe. We have a question for Vegan. I will pull that up. Vegan Philippines. I think it's this one. Yes. Okay. Vegan here is located in, I believe that is going to be Ilocos Sur. Yes, northern Ilocos Sur. Looking at the rainfall forecast, Vegan could get rainfall totals, at least on the European run, of around 210 millimeters over the next 5 days. The American run showing a general total of 220 millimeters, and the German run shows totals of 240 millimeters. So generally 200 to 250 millimeters of rain are forecasted in that area, and they are under a signal 3 warning, I believe. And if we take a look at the wind forecast, right now they're likely not experiencing a whole lot, only around 30 to 40 kilometers an hour. But if we put this forward in time, they could experience not showing a whole lot, maybe winds of around 60 kilometers an hour, just depending on where the system goes. If it goes more north, they could experience higher wind gusts, but generally it looks like only 60 kilometers an hour, which is quite surprising. It's mainly due to the fact that the system is so compact. These strong winds only really extend not too far out, so it is going to be quite a compact system. The more south it goes, the more likely those winds will miss Vigan. Let's see, we have a question here, which is in another language, so I'm going to translate that real quick. Wait, no, oh, that's Spanish, sorry. But the Atlantic Basin cyclone development and the Pacific Basin also develop of a Category 1 hurricane. GPS model, I want you to be attentive. I checked it in the, okay. We'll discuss that later. But first, let's focus on this system. Again, thank you so much for all your support so far. If you have any questions about your local area, you can always ask. We'll see if there's an update from Pagasa. Because it is now 2:10 a.m. We should see an update any moment. I mean, their last update was around 34 minutes late, so this one may take a little bit, but it should be out within the next 25 minutes or so. At the latest, it should be out any minute now. If you guys see the update, you can always let me know. Thank you for being subscribed, everyone. If you have any other questions about your local area, you can always ask, and I will gladly answer. Okay, someone says they are from Valenzuela. I'll pull that up. I thought I spelled that right. Oh, there we go. Valenzuela. Okay, it's near Manila, near Metro Manila. If we take a look at the rainfall forecast again over the next 5 days or so, let me up this a bit. Rainfall totals of around 70 millimeters predicted by, this would be the European run. The American run showing totals of around 120 millimeters, and the German run showing totals of around 80 millimeters, and the Access run showing rainfall totals of upwards of 170 millimeters. So generally around 50 to 200 millimeters of rain are going to be possible around Metro Manila over the next 5 days. If we take a look at the wind forecast for Metro Manila, it shouldn't be too high, or Valenzuela, roughly around 50 kilometers an hour right now, but it should start improving. So you're likely experiencing the worst of it right now, and conditions will start to gradually improve. Of course, members, I do my best. If you want to share this with anyone else you know from the Philippines, that'd be very helpful. If you know anyone in northern Luzon. Real quickly, I want to take a moment to thank our top chatters right now, which I don't know why, I don't know how this exactly works for the XP system. I'm going to check real quick because I don't know why Ryan's not on there. I mean, he's been chatting a lot, so. But the top chatters here are, if I pull this up, top fans, Mammerds, Getzer, and Hamha, and Wolf are the top ones on that list. The top four. Thank you all so much for your support so far. Looks like we're around an hour and 40 minutes away from the next potential landfall, which will likely happen somewhere in either La Union or Ilocos Sur. I'll check for the latest Pagasa update. Not seeing anything just yet, but as a reminder, the update should be out at around 2 a.m. And it's past 2 a.m., so should generally be at the latest in the next 20 minutes. Alright, now let's take a look at the Atlantic system. I heard someone mentioning the possibility of something developing. I am curious to look at the pattern across the world. I'm mainly going to look at the European AI run just because this does the best job at looking at patterns. Ooh, okay, it does show something potentially developing over the next 10 days or so. Wow, okay, this is quite interesting. This is the most accurate model in the long range. It does show a tropical wave potentially developing in the long range. Tropical wave looks to come off for the next 2 days or so, and then we'll gradually approach the Leeward Islands and then eventually off towards the Turks and Caicos Islands. And though this is quite far out, so I'm going to look at the European ensembles. Yes, support is increasing that a wave could gradually develop over the next week or so. And same for the American ensembles, something to look out for. Looks like we may be back. And looking over at the Eastern Pacific for their signals, showing something likely developing over the next week or so. I'm surprised that the Hurricane Center has not marked that. They've marked this system, but not over here. Okay, now let's talk about the other systems here, or our main system. And any questions about local areas? Arthur asked, could it probably strengthen to a Category 2? It's very difficult to tell how strong it is right now, due to the fact that we don't really have a whole lot of microwave data, and satellite and radar aren't really correlating with each other that well. Eye temperature did warm quite a bit for a brief moment before now cooling again, so maybe it becomes a Category 2, maybe it's starting to weaken. It's quite hard to tell, honestly, on how strong it is, but it looks like it's going to make landfall as a Category 1 over the next few hours, before then beginning to rapidly weaken. And if you have any questions about your local area, you can always ask, and I will gladly answer. Uh, Getz says, I think Pagasa update is out. I haven't seen it just yet on Facebook or on social media yet. We now have an update to the storm surge warning, though. I will see if anything has changed as of the latest update. Here, I don't think anything's changed, but I'm just going to check. Okay, we now have a 1 to 2 meters of storm surge possible on the northeastern coast of Luzon. That is new. But still keeping 2 to 3 meters of storm surge for or all of Ilocos Norte, Ilocos Sur, La Union, and Pangasinan coastlines. So again, if you are near the coast, you shouldn't really be in a surge-prone area. I mean, you should have already prepared to stay out of that area. But if you are in the northern portions of those areas, Ilocos Norte or Ilocos Sur, and its conditions are still fine, you have maybe around an hour or two to get to somewhere of higher ground. Again, if you have any other questions about local areas or areas that family live in, you can always ask. Sorry, somebody asked about something, so I'm just going to see why. Oh, okay. That's why. Just looking at something, weather across the United States, mainly Missouri and Kansas. All right, any other questions? Okay, now that there's not a whole lot of people watching, let me go back towards the Central Pacific right now, where we could see two potential systems try to develop here. As we can see right here over the next week or so, the pattern does become quite favorable for for these systems to potentially develop. We'll see. Two upper-level anticyclones could aid in some development. Thankfully, though, it should remain to the south of Hawaii, so we shouldn't really see any wind impact Hawaii, really. Mainly just gustier winds, not really a whole lot to worry about, though. And then if we take a look at the western Pacific, we of course will have to watch out for what is now named Krosa, which could potentially become quite a strong typhoon near Japan. Hopefully, though, the remnants of Emong will help move it away from Japan. I mean, we could see some more development over the next 2 to 3 weeks in the Western Pacific. It will be quite an active basin over this time. So it looks like the European AI has things quieting down after the 10-day, 14-day period. But we'll see. Arthur asks, can the storm surge become 4 feet of surge? If we take a look at the forecast here, the latest forecast, it shows storm surge of around 2 to 3 meters, which I believe that is around 6 to 9 feet of storm surge is possible in those areas. So, yes, 4 feet or greater is possible, really in mostly all these areas here along this coastline are possible to receive a surge of over 4 feet. If you have any questions about a specific area, though, I can help you with that as well. Let's see if the Pagasa update's out now. Nope, nothing quite yet. Still, the storm surge warning number 6 is the latest. I will update the radar because we probably have a new loop to look at, or new image to look at. Okay, we aren't really able to see a whole lot, unfortunately, because the system's moving towards the northwestern portion of Luzon. So we can't really tell where the system is exactly. Ooh, conditions are starting to get more rainy and gusty for parts of, I believe this is going to be Pangasinan. Oops, trying to pull up cameras. Yes, it looks like Pangasinan is getting some gustier conditions from the system because those showers and part of the core or stratiform rain is starting to reach those areas. So that's why we're seeing conditions get a little bit gustier for Pangasinan, mainly central Pangasinan. It's not too windy, fortunately. It doesn't appear to be raining on this imagery. You can see the provider's website, see if they have more than just that. I'll refresh this because this is, there we go. Again, not a whole lot of flooding going on in Manila just yet. I think though that this is, that's confusing. Is that Manila? I'm not sure. On here though, it shows it's for parts of Pangasinan. I'm not sure where exactly that is, unfortunately. Again, though, if you have any questions about your local area, you can always ask and I will gladly answer. We have a question for Santa Ana. Let's take a look at that location. Where is it? Philippines. Looks like it's around here. Okay, Santa Ana's in the northeastern portion of Luzon. Not a lot going on right now. It is quite clear and it's quite calm as of right now. But if we look at the rainfall forecast over the next 5 days, the European run showing generally lower totals of around 10 to 20 millimeters. The American run showing 10 millimeters, and the German run showing 10 millimeters. So not a whole lot. General totals of around 10 to 20 millimeters are possible in Santa Ana. They're likely not going to experience the worst of it because the core of impacts is quite small. It's a quite compact system, so really only impacting the western portion of Luzon the most. If we take a look at the wind forecast for Santa Ana, again, it's quite calm as of right now, but if we go forward a couple hours, it's still quite calm until the system leaves, when it could reach roughly around 75 kilometers an hour over the next 12 hours or so, roughly, before then calming down. So it seems like the peak will happen at around 2 p.m. before eventually calming down. They are under a Signal 2 warning currently, which Signal 2 is going to be for, in terms of winds, Signal 2 is going to be for 60 to 80 kilometer an hour winds, 60 to 90 kilometer an hour winds, so that seems about right. Just going to refresh it, see if I can see anything new on Pagasa. Still nothing yet, but we should see an update within the next 8 minutes or so. I'm going to refresh this page to see if this is updated. Okay, it looks like we might have a new forecast. It's quite confusing though. This is the position as of 11 p.m. But yes, I do believe that this is the latest forecast from Pagasa. I'm going to verify real quick by looking at the previous cone. Yes, this is the latest forecast from Pagasa. So let's take a look at it. They have it as a typhoon moving over Pangasinan. This was as around 3.5 hours ago. And it does have the system moving back into the Luzon Strait as a tropical storm before eventually reaching the roughly near Taiwan in the Sakishima Islands as a tropical depression at around Saturday morning, almost around Saturday afternoon, before eventually leaving the Philippine area of responsibility on Saturday afternoon. Now, if we take a look at the new signal warnings, I'm curious if these are new warnings or not. I believe this is new. Let me just compare it, though, with the last signal warnings. Yes, okay, we now have new signal warnings in effect across parts of the Philippines. The new thing that has been added is a larger portion of La Union, nearly the entire province, and more of Ilocos Sur is now in that signal 4 warning. Parts of Apayao, I don't know how to pronounce that yet, and same for Kalinga, are now in signal 3 warnings. Mountain Province is also in that signal 3 warning. Overall, though, not a whole lot of changes. Just mainly signal 4 warnings have been extended for parts of Ilocos Sur and and La Union. Gonna refresh the page, see if it's updated yet. Nope, not yet. I'm going to make a tweet about this and post this on Facebook as well. Extended across portions of Ilocos Sur and La Union as Typhoon Emong closes in. If you are in those warnings, stay sheltered. And then I will look for another update, see if they've updated anything just yet. Alright, so yes, this is the latest update for signal warnings. I am going to save this real quick. And I'm going to replace this. Oh, wait a second, is that what I was supposed to do? I think I know what I was supposed to do when I saved this image. I saved this as... Sorry, just so that way I can update the thing that's on the bottom right showing the signal warnings, if that makes sense. Again, though, if you have any questions, you can always ask and I will gladly answer. Okay, I'm going to update this. That works, let's go. Okay. That's nice. So yes, as of the latest update, one more time I'm going to check Pagasa just to see if they've updated. So that is quite an important update that they haven't said just yet. Alright, well, looking across northern Luzon here, as of the latest update, we have signal 4 warnings in effect for portions of Ilocos Sur, mainly southwestern Ilocos Sur, majority of La Union, and parts of northwestern Pangasinan. These areas could experience winds of over 120 kilometers an hour over the next at least 12 hours. And portions in the Signal 3 warnings are parts of Ilocos Sur, the entirety of Abra, the rest of Ilocos Sur, parts of Western Mountain Province, and then parts of Western Benguets, parts of central Pangasinan, and parts of far northern Zambales. And the signal 2 warnings are in effect for parts of central Zambales, parts of the rest of Mountain Province, the parts of the Babuan group of islands, and the entirety of the Batanes Islands. And then signal 1 warnings are in effect for a majority of northern Luzon. Again, though, if you have any questions, you're more than welcome to ask. And let's see, I'm going to look for another Pegas update. There we go, now they've issued it. Okay, gonna just send this image as the reply. Let's see. Their update states Typhoon Emong maintains its strength as it moves closer to La Union and Ilocos Sur. So they have it at around, well, that's the forecast. So they have it as a tropical storm, tropical depression, then low. Yep, okay, still awake, nice. Depending on how many viewers there are, I may end it in the next 30 minutes. We'll see, though. And then now looking at across other portions of the world, the North Indian Ocean. I'll take a look at that. Or no, not quite yet. Hold on, we have another question. Where is that? IBA. Is this it? Yes, okay. If we take a look at IBA, I believe this is, or IBA, rainfall totals over the next 5 days. The European run shows rainfall totals of upwards of 250 millimeters. The American run shows lower totals at around 200 millimeters of rainfall. And the German run shows rainfall totals of also around 200 millimeters. And the Axis run goes quite ballistic, showing totals of upwards of 420 millimeters of rain over the next 5 days. So this is a possibility. So rainfall totals generally around 150 to 450 millimeters of rain are possible in this area. So just be prepared for flooding. is what I'd say. And looking at it on here, this map, I'm going to see what the rainfall is going to, or what the wind impacts are going to be like. Overall, right now, wind should be roughly around 60 kilometers an hour for parts of Iba. But it should be peaking right now, and it should gradually lower over the next 10 hours or so. It should be back to being quite calm. So it should lower about, or the wind should be lowered by around half. Again, if there's any other questions about local areas, you can always ask. And Charlie asks, check Dvorak. If we pull that up, so I'll pull up satellite and then Dvorak on Comay. This is what we use to estimate its strength most of the time. Uh, Man, it's quite difficult telling where the actual center is with the system. It may be more northeast than we thought it was. I'm not quite sure though. Okay, we have a question there from La Union. Let's see, this is saying San Fernando. Let's take a look at that area. San Fernando. Is this it? Nope, that's not it. That's another area. San Fernando, La Union. There we go. Is this actually it? I think I got it. Yes, okay. San Fernando here in La Union. This is from the European run over the next 5 days in terms of the rainfall they could experience. Rainfall totals of around 200 millimeters or so over the next 5 days. The American run also showing around 200 millimeters. The German run showing also around 180 millimeters. And the Access run showing around 160 millimeters. So generally totals of around 150 to 220 millimeters of rain should be expected over the next 5 days. Locally higher amounts. And they are under a signal, I'm going to check. They are in roughly western La Union. You all are under a signal 4 warning, so it's recommended to stay sheltered at this time and stay sheltered until the system passes. Arthur, I am reading the chat, just reading the questions, or so than just comments. Trying to help those who are in the path of it. And if we take a look at the wind threats, though, to kind of determine when it should start to end, right now, wind gusts may be upwards of 90 kilometers an hour. It's quite hard to tell where the center actually is. Looks like it could reach winds of upwards of 100 kilometers an hour over the next couple minutes, actually, or a couple hours. And it should start gradually improving by around 6 a.m. So maybe around 6 a.m. is when you can start to not be as sheltered. You should be in somewhere like an interior room, mainly just of how strong the winds may be. Again, this is a fairly compact system, so maybe you get the strongest winds, or maybe you completely miss it. It's quite uncertain, but it's best to be better to be safe than sorry. And then the wind should continue calming, and then should be back to the calmest at around 10. This would be 10 a.m. on the 25th. Let's see, Arnold says, I'm watching from Pangasinan. We are in Signal 4. Arnold, what city are you closest to? If you want to know your local impacts, just type in your city and I will do my best to answer. Like what kind of impacts in terms of wind, rain, and surge. The person in San Fernando, M. King, looking at San Fernando there and looking at the surge forecast, They could get storm surge of 2 to 3 meters from the system. So again, it's best to not be at a coastal area or a surge prone area. Just something to look out for. All right, Arnold says Alaminos City. Okay, I will search that up. Let's see, I'm going to do then. This would be, Pangasinan. I need to learn how to spell that. Pangasinan. Oops, that was, oh man, sorry. Trying to learn the spelling of that. Alaminos City. Huh, it did not want me to do that. I'm just going to look this up off stream because I do want to find out where we're located there. Alaminos City. It shouldn't be that hard to find, so I apologize for that. Okay, that is located there. Okay, so I will pull that up on stream. Alaminos City is right there in Pangasinan. Rainfall totals, this is again for the next 5 days or so. Looking at the European run, suggesting roughly around 130 millimeters of rain, with the American run suggesting an additional 140 millimeters of rain. The German model suggesting an additional 100 millimeters of rain, and the Access model suggesting around another 80 millimeters. So rainfall totals ranging from roughly 80 to 150 millimeters of rain are possible in your area. And if we take a look at the signal warning, like you said, I believe that is a signal 4 warning in that area. Yes, they are under a signal 4 warning. And if we take a look at the wind threats, likely getting the worst winds right now. If you can confirm, are you getting strong winds, Arnold, right now? Because it is showing winds of maybe 100 kilometers an hour right now, wind gust. But over the next hour or so, it should start drastically improving. But just stay sheltered for now. It's best to stay sheltered maybe for the next few hours, mainly the next hour especially. Yes, so strong wind, yes, okay. If you want, you can always record a video and notify me on Facebook or on Twitter, and I can show it on stream. San Fernando from M King says, "Thank you. We don't have electricity anymore right now." Of course, if you want to know anywhere about like any areas of family that live across the Philippines, you want to know what their impacts may be, you can always let me know. Just type a city, and then I will cover those areas for you. And if you're liking the content, you can always like the stream and consider subscribing, and I will do my best to let you know before the storm impacts. I was doing streams for quite a while now, the past few days, just trying to prepare the western Philippines for the system, letting them know that it could have been a typhoon. I'm sorry, Arthur. Arthur asked, when is this system going to pass? When is the system going to pass where exactly? Is again, it's quite hard to tell because it may dissipate entirely, it may speed off. It's quite uncertain. Again, if you have any other questions about local family in that area, or a family in their local areas and impacts in terms of rain, surge, things like that. Let's see, Fernando, or not that, Alaminos City. I don't think that they're going to be in any surge threat, fortunately. Looks like they are going to be in somewhere that's more elevated, I think, yes. But if we look at these surge impacts along the coast, they're just towards the northeast, surge could be as high as 2 to 3 meters of surge. So that's around, that would be around, let's see, 6 to 9 feet of surge is possible. Fortunately, though the wind is mostly going to be blowing away from land right now, so it shouldn't be much of a surge threat, fortunately. As you can see here, the winds are actually blowing away from land, moving over the water, which lowers the surge threat over this area. But if we look at areas like San Fernando, We can see that wind is blowing onshore, most likely, and so it all depends on where the center actually is. It's hard telling. This is a model run suggesting if the center was over here. But the Pagasa update showed it might have been around here. Some of the satellite imagery shows it could be around here. It all depends on where it is. The more south it is, the less likely they are going to get the bad surge. Wherever the storm makes landfall into the south is where the worst surge will be. So if the storm ultimately makes landfall north of San Fernando, they will likely experience the worst surge. But if it makes it landfall to the south, the winds will be blowing offshore, meaning the surge wouldn't be as bad. As M King says, it's whistling wind also in San Fernando. Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be quite strong, and it depends on where the center actually goes, of course, if they get the worst impacts. But again, they are under signal 4 warnings, both of those areas, Alaminos and San Fernando. You know, if you have any other questions about your local area, you can always ask, and I will cover that. Or again, in not just your local area, even if it's just a family who live in the Philippines, northern Philippines, and you're curious on them. You can always ask. I'm just going to see if there's anything new from Pagasa. And I'm so confused about all this stuff on Facebook on how to use it. I'm trying my best though. What happened to it? Man, okay. I don't know what happens to the comments or stuff like that. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to use comments and things like that on Facebook. Again, if you have any questions about your local area, you can always ask them in the chat and I will gladly answer. Okay, I'm going to try this again. To the, let's see, what is that gulf called again? It is the Lingayen Gulf. Just trying to get this thing to work. Sorry, it's weird. I don't know what's happening to my comments, why they get deleted or something. Uh, Sorry about that. Okay. Anyways, going back to it. If you have any questions about your local area, again, you can always ask. Arthur, I have no idea how that list actually works. It makes no sense. You should be number one on there, but it's like this the newest people who pop up somehow get there. I don't know how it works. And though the system is broadening out once again, we can see that outflow if I pull up satellite imagery on it. We can see all this outflow here, which shows that it is quite a healthy system right here in terms of wind shear or anything that would negate its intensity. It is quite a broad, or it's trying to expand its wind field. So I don't know, maybe it's trying to undergo an eyewall replacement cycle or something like that. The impacts might start getting broader. It's too far out to say for sure though. And it's just kind of difficult telling where the center really is. We thought it was down here. This doesn't make a whole lot of sense why the radar shows it's there, but it's not. I don't know where exactly the storm would be then, because that would make the most sense to be the western eye wall. So maybe it's honestly much farther north than we thought. Maybe even than what Pagasa thought. Alright, let's see. We have a question for Bangwed. There we go. Okay, the wind impacts or the rain impacts that the system or that Emong may bring to Benguet looks to be around 200 millimeters of rain from the European run over the next 5 days. Same for the American run, showing generally 200 millimeters of rain. The German run shows roughly around 130 millimeters of rain. So generally totals of around 125 to maybe 250 millimeters of rain are possible. There, let's see what province they are in. They are in Abra province, I believe. So they are under a signal 3 warning there, mainly on the western portion of it. And if we take a look at the wind impacts they could get, there they are. Generally right now showing that the winds aren't too strong, only around 20 kilometers an hour. But if we fast forward, not a whole lot of wind. It peaks out at around 40 kilometers an hour over at around 10 a.m. tomorrow. So again, you still have time to prepare for the system, and it doesn't seem like you all will be in a very surge prone area. So you should be fine with the system. Yeah, Ryans, I don't know how that works either with the chat. Again, though, if you're liking the content and you want to support the channel, you can always like and subscribe. That helps out a lot. And if you have any questions, you can just leave them in the chat. Yes, again, though, it's a majority of the northern half of the Philippines that will experience impacts from this system. The southern half of the Philippines should be fine. Speaking of which, if we look at the extreme forecast, not showing a whole lot in terms of record-breaking rainfall on the on the 24th here, or wait, no, sorry, rain. If we look at that, not a whole lot of record-breaking rain. Same for the 25th, 26th, but 23rd mainly, was the day that seemed like it was the worst for parts of there. It is actually going to get quite dry for the southern Philippines over the next week or so. Again, in terms of wind, though, it is going to be quite windy and quite dry for the southern parts of the Philippines. The northern part, though, it is going to be quite windy and quite wet over the next day or so. Next maybe 3 days. And it is going to be quite hot for the southern Philippines. potentially by Cebu City. Nearly record-breaking highs. But yeah, I think that a landfall within the next hour is likely. I give it around a 50-50 chance, and say, of making landfall at that time, actually. I don't know how many hurricanes are going to happen in the Atlantic. I don't really guess that kind of stuff. So the majority of the time, it's just guesstimating. Anyways, though, taking a look at the areas right now near Pangasinan, and it is getting slightly windier now. And if we look at parts of Manila, I don't know if this isn't still in Manila. This probably is. Not a whole lot of flooding, thankfully. Just a bit wet. See areas here, which is going to be in. This is in Baing, which is close to where the center may make landfall. Rain rates of around 33 millimeters so far, and rain rates of 50 millimeters an hour. So this is quite a problem for flooding, which is located right around. I think it was right around here somewhere. I'm going to pull up the cameras again. Yeah, right there. Because they're getting that southern side where all the moisture coming from the South China Sea is just pummeling the northern portions of Luzon. Let's see. All right. Again, if you have any questions about your local area. Oh, speaking of which, we have a question for Curamayo. I'll pull that up. Curamayo, I'm guessing, is what it is. Okay, they are located in Ilocos Norte, the southern portion of Ilocos Norte. So it's mostly just cloudy where they are right now. But this should change over the next few hours. If we take a look at the rainfall forecast for this area, we can see that the European run, let me move it forward a bit. The European run shows an additional 150 millimeters of rain. The American run shows an additional roughly 180 millimeters of rain over the next 5 days. And the German run shows rainfall totals of around 150 millimeters. So generally totals of around 100 to 200 millimeters of rain are possible in Curamayo. And if we take a look at the wind forecast, or first let's look at the signal warning. Being in southwestern Ilocos Norte, that means you are under a signal 3 warning in here. And if we look at the surge forecast, it is showing a possibility of around 2 to 3 meters of surge in those areas. So again, if you are in a low-lying area or a surge-prone area, you should not be there. You still have time to go to higher ground. And if we take a look at the forecast here for the wind, let's see, where was that? There's Curamayo. It's not windy right now. It shouldn't be. It's only around 20 kilometer an hour wind gust. If we go forward in time, the wind should start to increase, maybe peak out at around 40 kilometers an hour before eventually moving towards land. At least on the German run, it shows that they should be quite fine. But if we look at the American run here, I think that this is different. No, not really. The American run has lowered the gust quite a bit, showing it nearing land. It's quite hard to tell, but it looks like in that area it should be mostly fine, more of just a rainfall threat. But they are still under a Signal 3 warning. See, Arnold asked a location of the typhoon from Baguio City. I'll pull that up on here. City of Baguio, located roughly there. If we take a look at the distance from the center of the storm using a radar plus here, and we pull up the distance tool, it seems like the center of the storm, which may be located near Ilocos Sur, it appears to be roughly around, it looks like 100 kilometers away, and that might be the closest it gets to you all. It doesn't. It looks like the worst of it's happening right now in terms of wind threat for you all, but the rainfall threat will continue over the next few days, and especially the next few hours. Again, if you have any other questions, you can always let me know. So there's a lot of areas that are experiencing impacts, mainly on the northern parts of Luzon. Some areas may see worse impacts than others. If you want to know about your local area, you can always ask. Just looking at other stuff, seeing if Pagasa posted a new update. We have a question for San Jose City. Let's pull up that. Philippines. I don't think that that's it. Oh, whoa, it shows all the... No, those are airport SWIPs. See, it showed it was some... There it is, San Jose. Don't know what province that is in exactly. But looking at it right now, they could be getting some light to moderate rain right now. And if we take a look at the rainfall forecast over the next 5 days from multiple model runs, the European run showing generally around 130 millimeters of rain for San Jose. The American run showing roughly around 90 millimeters of rain for San Jose. The German run shows roughly around 70 millimeters. And looking at the Access run, shows around 250 millimeters of rain. It shows a bullseye near San Jose. So really around 50 to 300 millimeters of rain are going to be possible over San Jose. It all depends on local events, like if our shower stalls over the area, but there could be some localized flash flooding. If we take a look at the wind forecast for San Jose, shows winds likely around 50 kilometers an hour right now, and it should gradually start calming. It will linger around for quite some time, but you're likely experiencing the worst of it right now. I'm sorry. Just looking at a video from someone seeing the rain happening in western Pangasinan. All right, go back over here. Again, if you have any questions about your local area, you can always ask. And now that we've reached the 2 hour mark, I'm going to look at the top fans here. Shows Arnold, Katinko, Joel, Mammerds, Gitz, Hamha, Wolf, all in the top there. And I don't know how this works, and it seems like it's not that great. I don't know exactly how that works, which is kind of frustrating. Yep. We still have around 15 people watching live right now. Again, not a whole lot going on right now in terms of chat messages or questions. We get occasional questions. Again, if you have any questions, you can always leave them in the chat, and I will gladly answer. Yep, so I mean, the storm is going to be making landfall sometime soon. Looks like it's going to be making landfall in Ilocos Sur instead of La Union. Seems like they'll get the worst impacts in Ilocos Sur. Remember, anywhere to the south of where the storm makes landfall will get the worst impacts just because the winds are going to be moving inland. I mean, worst impacts in terms of surge. So San Fernando as well, but especially just to the south of wherever the system makes landfall. Areas to the north should get lower surge. If that makes sense, because the winds are going to be blowing away from land, meaning that the water is being pushed away from land. On the southern side, the wind is going to be pushing the water onto land. And that's where you get the surge, where the sea level starts to rise. All right, we have a question for Sageda. here in their impacts. Let's take a look at that area. And if you have any other questions, again, you can always ask. This looks like it's near, let's see, Sagita, looks like it's near Camden right there. Sagita right over there. Looks like they might be experiencing some of the outer rain bands of it. Again, it's quite a compact system, so conditions will deteriorate quite quickly for you. And, wait, no, that's not it. It's, Sagita right down there. Okay, yeah. Looking at the rainfall totals, showing a general total of around 150 millimeters for you over the next 5 days or so. And taking a look at the American run, here it looks like totals of around 150 millimeters are possible. And looking at the German run, so it shows only around 50 millimeters, so generally around 50 to around, see if this shows anything, the access model. Nope, doesn't go that far. Shows general totals between 50 to 200 millimeters of additional rainfall are possible. If we take a look at this area right here to show you your general impacts that you could see, and a Sagita, showing generally around 30 kilometers an hour for you there. And if we go even further in time, though, the winds should start to increase, maybe even upwards of 100 kilometers an hour over the next roughly 4 hours or so. Before then, things should start gradually improving. Maybe over the next, it might take a little bit longer than that. Maybe over the next 7 hours or so, or 7 to 8 hours is when things will finally start to improve for you. But yes, being the fact that you are in, if I zoom out a bit, you are going to be in Mountain Province, I believe that is Western Mountain Province. You are under a signal 3 warning. So it's best to be, of course, cautious about the system. Definitely stay indoors as it passes over you. But yeah, you still have some time to prepare for it. And again, if you are liking the stream, you can always like the stream and subscribe. It helps out a lot. And we do these updates quite frequently for any systems that are threatening the Philippines. We've been covering this system for quite a while now. This has been, I think it's the 3rd stream we've done on this system. So if you appreciate the work we do, it'd be very appreciative to subscribe, so you don't miss an update. We mentioned this roughly 2 days ago, talking about the possibility this could be a typhoon for really anyone else. Alright, Ryans. Again, though, if you have any questions about your local area, you can always ask in this stream, and I will happily answer. So there's a lot of areas that could experience some impacts in this. There's a lot of Signal 4 warnings, Signal 3 warnings, Signal 2, and Signal 1. A lot of areas here. Millions of people are in the impact zone. Right, let's see. I'm going to see if there's any more questions about anybody's local areas. I'm not seeing any real questions. If you have any questions about like your city, again, just leave them in the chat and I will gladly answer. And again, if you are liking the stream, just like it and be sure to subscribe as it helps out a lot. Helps me reach more people, and you can share the stream even with anyone you know who lives in the northern Philippines. Let's see, we have a question for Narvacon. Let's pull that up. Narvacon looks like it could be getting some rain right now, and it could be experiencing the eastern, northeastern part of that eye wall over the next hour or so. Not showing a lot of, I mean, they could be getting some thunderstorms right now, in fact. If we take a look at the rainfall forecast over the next 5 days, again, this is from the European run, showing totals of around 170 millimeters of additional rainfall. The German run here, or the, sorry, excuse me, American run showing 200 millimeters, and the German run also showing 200 millimeters. So generally, Narvacon could get roughly 200 millimeters of additional rainfall from the system over the next 5 days. And if we take a look at the wind forecast, showing generally calm conditions right now, but I'm not quite sure how accurate that is. Not quite sure, honestly, but they are under, I believe, if I take a look and zoom out some, they are in the portion of Ilocos Sur, mainly central Ilocos Sur. They are likely in the Signal 3 warnings right now. Just if you are in that area, just be prepared for flooding, potentially even flash flooding as the system nears you. But yeah, here's a look at the system at satellite. We have decent thunderstorms now impacting portions of La Union, mainly the central portion of La Union, showing that the system's center may be quite farther north than we initially thought. It may be making landfall in Ilocos Sur over the next hour or so. I am going to increase the time of landfall just by a bit, but I am going to keep it at an hour, because it does seem like it will make landfall within the hour there. Here's a look at the system over the past hour as it continues to get broader and broader and starting to impact La Union with some flash flooding potentially. As we saw by one of these weather stations, there is roughly 50 millimeter an hour rates of rainfall per hour. Yep, and roughly 33 millimeters of rain so far today. Not quite sure how accurate that is in terms of total rainfall. Ryan's asked, hey Chase, I have a question. Was Moon a severe tropical storm or Category 1? If I pull that up, I will tell you what we have it as. We have Moon as a severe tropical storm with winds of around 55 knots. Of course, that will be shown in the Western Pacific animation after the year is done. Also, for some reason, Tropical Tidbits categorized the three systems as tropical cyclones for some reason. I'm curious what you mean by that. Tropical cyclone. Huh. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know what's the cause for that. Maybe just a bug. Miles per hour, that's around 65 miles an hour. We just use knots as that's the more professional term. Oh dang, we had a solid microwave pass, which is quite interesting. I will show that to you all. If we pull up the microwave imagery as it was making landfall in Pangasinan, as we can see, though, the radar imagery was correct here, showing that it did make landfall in Pangasinan, and it's a quite solid core that it developed there with its quite solid eye, so it might have been stronger than we initially thought. It should be a Category 1. Now, either Category 1 or probably mid-range to high in Category 1 would be my guess. The system is getting quite large here. What the heck is this forecast? That's interesting. It just extrapolates it, I guess. It's quite cool, though, seeing a forecast of it. Yes, we can see that the strongest thunderstorms are impacting now La Union. Again, if you have any questions about your local areas, you can always leave them in the chat and I will gladly answer. Okay. Just seeing if there's any other questions. Oh, dang, there's two San Fernandos. Okay. I think he was talking about the one on the north side, though. Okay. And if you have any questions, you can always ask, and I will gladly answer. Oops. Uh, okay. Just checking if Pegasa has any new updates. Doesn't seem like they do. Their last update was around 54 minutes ago, and it was just showing the overall forecast cone and signal warnings. And if you have any questions about areas, you can always ask. Yeah, Ryan's, I know, it's probably people, I don't know, it still keeps fluctuating, so I'm guessing there's more and more people joining in. But again, though, looking at the signal warnings here, I can show you all of the areas again. Those areas highlighted in red are likely to experience typhoon winds. Let's see, just double checking. Yeah, typhoon force winds. And the orange color are likely to experience storm force winds. Those areas in the yellow are likely to experience gale force winds, tropical storm force winds, pretty much. And those areas in blue are likely to experience strong winds in at least 36 hours. Then 24 hours for the yellow. Then it's 18 hours for the orange and 12 hours for the red. Ryan's I already said 65 miles an hour. Just looking at some of the data we have on it in terms of how strong it might have been. Again, just showing a microwave pass. All right, we have a question for Angela's. And remember, if you have any questions, you can just always leave them in the chat and I will gladly answer. Looking at Angela's, which this is going to be in the Philippines. I don't know which area. I think it's might be this one. Okay, it's this one right here. They're getting light showers right now, roughly light to moderate rain. Not a whole lot going on right now. Overall, though, the wind or the rainfall threat over the next 5 days or so, only around 50 millimeters according to the European run. The American run showing roughly around 100 millimeters of rain, and the German run shows roughly around 10 millimeters of rain. And the Access run shows roughly around 60 millimeters. So generally totals of around 10 to around 150 millimeters of rain are possible. It all depends on where the rain ultimately ends up. Does it end up more south towards Manila, or does it head up more north up towards here? You are currently not under any signal warnings, so wind isn't really a concern. Right. Just checking something here. Oh, all right. Again, though, it is closing on Ilocos Sur. Maybe a landfall within the next 50 minutes or so. Should see a Pagasa update when that happens. Okay. Right, just checking some more things. All right. Again, if there's any questions, you can always leave them in the chat. Seems like I'll likely do this stream for another 30 minutes before ending it. It depends on what the viewership is like at that time. Right. And satellite's still showing that band that is split up from the main part of the storm. Here's the main part of the storm and the core winds, which is now starting to impact parts of southern Luzon, mainly southwestern Luzon. Yeah, I mean, it does seem that a landfall within the next 45 minutes seems likely for parts of Ilocos Sur. I don't think it's going to make landfall in La Union because it just seems like there's a band already hitting there, so I don't think that the center of the storm is actually located there. Seems like it's located much more north than we initially thought, and it's going to be making landfall towards Ilocos Sur, maybe central or northern Ilocos Sur, because it's making now a sharp curve towards the north. I think maybe it's more something like, I don't know, it's more something like this, I'd say maybe. But over the past hour, though, that's not how it's moved really. I don't know where it's actually going to be going. The other high resolution models show it making landfall at around Ilocos Sur. Yeah, they have it just grazing the northern tip of Pangasinan and then moving over back over the water and then making landfall in Ilocos Sur at around 4 p.m. ish or 4 a.m. ish. Just gonna check if there's any more data on it that I can show. I'm not seeing a whole lot of new stuff. Let's see, there's this. That's a different thing. Okay. All right, we have a question for Dagupan City. As a reminder, if you have any questions, you can always leave them in the chat. I'll pull that up on here. Dagupan, Philippines. I'm guessing it's going to be this one. Yes, okay, that is in Pangasinan. They're likely getting moderate to heavy rains right now on the southern end of the system, and it's the bands that's kind of trying to split apart from the main core. If we take a look at the additional rainfall forecast over the next 5 days or so from the European run, it shows general totals of around 100 millimeters in that area, with the American run showing totals of also 110 millimeters. The German run shows much lower totals, roughly around 40 millimeters of rain. And if we take a look at the access model, shows totals of around 100 millimeters. So general totals of around 50 to 150 millimeters are most likely in a Dagupan. If we take a look at the signal warning they're under, they are under a signal 3 warning. And if we take a look at the wind forecast for that area, generally it's going to be around 60 to 70 kilometers an hour right now, but it should quickly improve over the next hour or so. So they're likely experiencing the worst of it right now, and it should start improving rapidly. In terms of wind, not necessarily the rain. Ryans, it did likely make landfall in parts of northern Pangasinan, right there, but it's starting to take a sharp northwards curve, if that makes sense. Again, looking at the radar imagery, showed it making landfall and then sharply curves towards the north. We can see that like southern bands now impacting parts of La Union, which we can see on the satellite imagery here. If we pull up the satellite imagery of the system, we can see that very large band right here that is impacting La Union and the surrounding areas. Parts of even, I believe that is Banguet. And we have a weather station there that we can see how heavy the rain is falling. Again, still roughly around 50 millimeters an hour. Yes, it did brush that area. So now it's more so headed towards Ilocos Sur. But the strongest winds can likely occur along La Union and parts of Ilocos Sur. And if it is indeed moving more north, it's likely going to move back over into the Luzon Strait quicker, which could mean it's a stronger system by the time it reaches the Babuin group of islands and the Batanes Islands. And in turn, eventually the Sakishima Islands. Right, again, if you have any questions about local areas, you can always ask. If you have family in the area, stuff like that. Right, but yeah, I mean, it is quite in the middle of the night, so I'm hoping that most people are not out and about right now. Although, of course, parts of Manila it's always active here. We got lots of trucks shipping things. Thankfully, though, that area is fine. Just a bit gusty. And this is a little bit out of date. I'll refresh this. That's more like it, yeah. Right. Yes, Ryan's, you're right. It doesn't matter if there's a typhoon, Southeast Asia, Asian traffic is still equally brutal. Yep. Yes. It looks like it may strike near Vigan or Narvacan or Kendon. Mainly around Vigan, though, I'd say. If it keeps moving northeast. So the surge will most likely be the worst towards the areas to the south. I'll check if there's any new Pagasa updates. Nope, not seeing anything. Ryan says that for me, your forecast, the eye wall is moving on shore on vegan Ilocos and the eye is soon to follow. Yep, most likely. We have a question from Baguo about Baguo, so I'll put that in, and we'll go over those potential impacts. Which it is located right around here, I thought. Let me pull up just more weather radio or weather radar. That is located in. Let's see, where is that? That is near Tacopon City's over there. So okay, there it is. So overall, looks like in Baguio U and that location, it's mostly going to be heavy rain and thunderstorms over the next few hours. If we take a look at the additional rainfall they're expected to get, roughly around 200 millimeters of rain over the next 5 days from the European run. The American run showing around 150 millimeters, the German run showing around 70, and the Access run showing upwards of 340 millimeters. So really totals of around 50 to 400 millimeters of rain, depending on how bad this thunderstorm actually is. So it could be quite bad there, especially areas to the north here where rainfall totals could exceed 400 millimeters of rain. If we take a look at the signal warning, you would be under. Looks like you're in Baguettes, or Banguettes. Roughly around signal 2 to 3 warnings. I think it's more so signal 3 warnings down there, right over here. And then if we take a look at the wind forecast for that location, looks like right now you're experiencing the worst of it. Probably windfall or wind gust of around 120 kilometers an hour. But over the next 30 minutes or so, it should start improving, going down to around 110 kilometers an hour, and an additional 30 minutes around 100 kilometers an hour. We go 2 hours in time, around 80 kilometers an hour. Then beyond that, it should continue weakening. Roughly within the next 9 to 10 or 8 to 9 hours, it should be much calmer, or at least just breezy. Okay, I'm just seeing if there's any other questions. Ryan says, do you expect another Southern Hemisphere surprise storm? It's possible. I'll go over that if there's a less focus on this system. Okay, we have a question from Emus, and remember, if you're liking the stream, you can always like it and be sure to subscribe because we cover all sorts of typhoons impacting the Philippines. So looking at Emus right now in terms of the what they're getting, and again, if you have any questions about your local area, you can always ask in the chat, and I will go over that as well. Taking a look at this area, Emus, which is just south of Manila. Take a look at the rainfall that they're getting right now. Looks like it's all just light showers. If this loads, only like light showers and cloudiness. If we take a look at the rainfall forecast, though, over the next 5 days, European run is showing only around 50 millimeters or so, 60 millimeters. The American run showing upwards of 70. German run showing around 50, and the Axis run showing around 125. So generally totals of around 50 to 150 millimeters are possible there over the next 5 days. And if we take a look at the wind forecast, again, they are not under a signal warning, but that doesn't mean that they're not getting any winds. Winds are roughly around 45 kilometers an hour right now, and it should start gradually improving, maybe staying the same for the next 12 hours or so before starting to improve. It's not too bad though. If we take a look at Manila on the live cameras, it's not too windy, thankfully. It's not too bad there. We got a lot of traffic still moving through. And again, though, if you are liking this chat and you want to stay up to date, you can join the Discord server we have with over 1,000 members of enthusiasts, weather enthusiasts, and people who just like to stay up to date on typhoons. Here, I will send that in the chat. And if you are interested in staying up to date and you use Facebook, you should follow the Facebook account where we post updates there as well. I will send that in the chat as well for those who are interested. Rick Askio, where are you guys from? We are from the United States, but we do our best to cover systems across the world, including the Philippines, because there's a lot of people who are in the threat impacts of these very strong typhoons, and not a lot of people who cover it, unfortunately. So we do our best to help out. And if you have any questions about your local area or family who lives in the northern Philippines, you can ask and I will gladly answer. So there's a lot of people, there's millions of people who could see impacts from this storm. And if you are curious about your impacts, you can let me know in the chat about like a city that you're nearby, stuff like that, and I will gladly answer. Or general province, for example. Of course, Rick, are you curious about your impacts? If you are in the Philippines. Rick asked, by the way, why did that typhoon do a recurve? The reason because of this is because of Dante. Dante is the reason why, because it's this broad area of low pressure that's trying to pull in, it's trying to tug on Emong, which is why it's moving towards the north. It's trying to move towards the system. That's why it made a U-turn. Otherwise, it would have continued moving west, most likely. I mean, we have 3 systems we're watching out for right now across the across the Western Pacific. We have Dante, we have our Emong, which we're streaming about, and we have 12W, which which looks like it will try to become a typhoon before eventually weakening near Japan. We may do video updates on that storm, depending on the code level, the threat level. Yes, it's called the Fujiwara effect. It's a quite cool weather phenomena where storms or low pressure areas will dance around each other. Of course, if you like what we do, you should consider subscribing as we do these updates and you will stay up to date. Right, let's see if there's any other areas we should cover. Let's see, what's that area? Let's see, Paratong. I will look up that area. And we'll cover the potential impacts that you could receive there. And if any of you guys have any questions about your local areas, you can always ask in the chat. Just mention a city or a province, and we will gladly cover the potential impacts that you could get there. Paratong. Ooh, okay, they're looking like they're in the northeastern part of that eye wall, which could be getting some of the strongest winds of the system. But if we first cover the rainfall threat over the next 5 days, according to the European run, showing around 180 millimeters of rain, the American run showing roughly around 190 millimeters, and the German run showing roughly around 240 millimeters of rain. Just over the next 5 days or so. And if we take a look at the wind that they're experiencing, but first, if we look at the signal warning, actually, they are in mainly central Ilocos Sur. They are under a signal 3 warning, but they could get impacts as high as a signal 4, which I wouldn't be surprised if in the next Pagasa update they are under a signal 4, because the system has been moving farther north than what was first expected. And taking a look at the wind threat. And again, if you have any other questions on your local impacts, ask them in the chat and I will get to you next. Someone asked about La Union, and I will cover that in just a bit. So looking at the area around Vigan here, showing winds right now roughly around, I mean, it's not doing that great of a job here showing the winds in those areas, but probably around upwards of 100 kilometers an hour could occur in that area. See, we have a question about La Union. Let's cover that next. And again, if you have any questions about your local area, you can always ask in the chat. La Union here, looking at the potential rainfall totals, or let's look at the weather radar first. Showing generally light to heavy rain depending on where you're at. There is a strong thunderstorm rolling across the area, as we can see here. Much of La Union, they're getting impacts from a strong thunderstorm. If we look at the remaining rainfall totals in those areas, showing generally around 175 to 200 millimeters of rain, with the American run showing roughly around 160 to 180 millimeters, the German run showing totals lower at around 60 to 150 millimeters, and the Access run showing totals of much higher, around 400 millimeters of rain are possible. So it all depends on that thunderstorm that's stalling over the area. It could cause some flash flooding. Leoneun. Okay. Leoneun. La Union. 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 I thought it was, or no, not La Union. Union. Sorry. Bill asked, "Hi there. May I see the Kenta area accumulated rainfall, please?" Of course. I will look up where that is first, though, just so I know what you're talking about. Kenta area, Philippines. Just looking that up off stream. Looks like that is near Manila. If I'm wrong, you can correct me, but it looks like it's near Manila. Looks like it's in this general area. Trying to get the map to load. Sorry about that. I think it was around this general area. Just going to pull up the map one last time on where it's located. Kanita, or Kenta, just north of Tete there. Okay, right there. So, looking at the Access run, showing totals of around 150 millimeters of additional rainfall over the next 5 days. As a reminder, this is the next 5 days potential impacts. And if we take a look at the European run, showing much lower totals at around 50 to 60 millimeters of rain. The American run is showing roughly around 80 millimeters of additional rainfall. And the German run shows around an additional 40 millimeters. So generally totals of around 40 to 100 millimeters of additional rainfall will be possible in those areas before a more dry pattern seems to come in over the next week or so. Again, if any of you in the chat have any more questions about your local area, you can always ask, and I'm glad to answer. And if you have friends who live across the Philippines and you're curious about their impacts, you can also ask. La Union. La Union. La Union. Yes, I see what you said, Ryan. PTSD from that. Leo. So again, as a reminder, if you're liking the kind of content we do, you can always like this stream and subscribe. We try to do our best to cover threats across the Philippines and across the world. But a majority of the time it's the Philippines because, well, they're one of the most densely populated areas that gets slammed a lot by these typhoons. Also, I did want to ask, did any of you guys like the thumbnail design? I added this a while ago. Here, I'm curious what your thoughts are on it. I think I kind of liked the design of it. I combined three things: the signal warnings, the satellite imagery, and the forecast cone from Pagasa. All right. I'm going to refresh now that it's 4 a.m. I'm going to see if there's any new updates from Pagasa. Not seeing anything new. Their last update was at, let's see, 2:29. Again, if you have any questions about your local area, we have a question for Pangasinan. Okay, that's a large area in terms of the impacts they could get. If you want to know about the impacts that your province or city could get, you can leave it in the comments and I will gladly answer. But taking a look at Pangasinan, general totals of around 70 to around 120 millimeters over the next 5 days. This is from the European run. The American run shows a general more evenly spread out totals of around 100 to 120 millimeters. The German run shows lower totals from around 25 millimeters upwards to 200 millimeters of rain. And the Access model shows totals from around 50 millimeters to as high as 300 millimeters in some areas. So again, a lot of areas could experience light rain or maybe even higher amounts of rain. If we look at the wind forecast, though, it should appear to be lowering the amount of wind that they're getting, mainly in parts of northeastern Pangasinan. Conditions should start improving over the next few hours. All right, hi Sebastian. Do you think Gil will develop, and do you think they will? It depends if it will. I will do. I will cover it briefly if it's in international, or like if I'm covering a system like Crosa, or another system that's. I might be doing another live stream tonight on Comay, depending on our code level. But yeah, I may cover what eventually could become Gil. Also, Crosa looks to be becoming quite healthy now with those bursts on the southern side. Could become a tropical cyclone by 8 o'clock. Again, if you have any questions about areas across the Philippines, or you're curious about a family who lives across the Philippines, you can always ask and I'll gladly answer. Let's see, we have a question for Abra province. If we take a look at that province, currently right now, looking at the radar imagery of Abra, located roughly right around there, looks like they're starting to get impacts from that northeastern part of the eye wall. So they could be getting some quite some strong winds right now and quite some heavy rainfall, maybe even some flash flooding that might start soon. Looking at the general rainfall totals again, if you are curious about your province or your general city even, if you want to be more precise on impacts, just let me know in the chat and I will gladly cover it. Looks like rainfall totals of around 100 to 200 millimeters of rain are possible across Abra. The American run showing totals of around 100 to 200 millimeters of rain. The German run showing roughly around 25 to 160 millimeters of rain over the next 5 days or so. So generally totals of around 50 to 250 millimeters of rain are possible across the province. A broad total or a broad range. And if we look at the signal warnings, though, the entire province is under a signal 3 warning. Now, so they could get some strong or some damaging winds. I think it's called storm force is what I meant. Excuse me. Storm force winds are likely across the entire province over the next 18 hours or so, mainly within the next 6 to 12 hours. Bill says, very nice. This is very good and comprehensive. This made me feel calmer now. Thanks. Of course. Manila should be mostly fine, just mainly from the southwesterly monsoon, giving you all those rainfall. The system is quite compact. Okay, you need to all remember that compact systems are don't impact as much of an area because they're much smaller. These compact systems will deliver worse impacts to wherever it strikes, but overall, though, it's not impacting as many people or as many areas, if that makes sense. So as we can see, though, the area here is quite small of where it actually is, and the areas around the eye wall are going to be the strongest areas or strongest winds. So generally in those areas, or it's going to be these systems can rapidly intensify and become these major or severe typhoons. But generally they stay more compact, so they're not impacting as broad of areas. Now, if this was creasing, like around a week ago or a few days ago, this whole area of the Philippines would be getting impacts. But fortunately, again, it's quite a compact system. All right, we have a question here that says from Sebastian, do you think Crosa will do a circle when it gets up north? Well, it all depends on this system, really, and if anything else tries to develop in the Western Pacific. Looking at the European AI model run on a Crosa, it has it developing over the next 6 hours or less, and then moving northwards, it consolidates a bit so it slows down before eventually moving farther north, and then it gets tugged a bit by the remnants of Emong and the remnants of Dante. And they do another Fujiwara interaction, which may help prevent Crosa from nearing Japan. So it could do a loop, honestly. We'll probably do another stream later tonight if the code level is still high enough to cover that. But now that we are entering hour 4 of live coverage, and we are roughly around, I think it's going to be longer than that. I'm going to increase this to around 40 minutes now. I think it's going to make landfall sometime in this hour. Let me look at the satellite imagery to kind of get a better picture of it. It is near Ilocos Sur, with a large thunderstorm over La Union. Um, Maybe within the next hour or so, if we go back earlier in the stream, it's moving more north than we thought it would, so it's taking a little bit longer. It's taking its time. Don't know if it's strengthening or weakening just yet. But looking at the top chatters in this stream, it shows Wolf as number 1 here as the top chatter, and then tied for second is Arnold, Katinko, Joel, and Memberds, Gets and Hamha and Rick. Don't know why Ryan's isn't on there. I don't know why. Maybe you do that reaction thingy or something, or I don't know. Yes, I don't know how that works exactly. All right, let's see again. If you are curious about your local impacts, you can always ask in the chat. Someone asked about Isabella. So Isabella is located roughly on that area. They are in a signal 1 to signal 2 warning, so maybe strong winds to gale force winds are possible over the next, I'd say 24 hours or so, maybe 12 to 24 hours are possible across Isabella. But if we look at the rainfall, thankfully the rainfall isn't too much of a concern there. The European run shows general totals of around 3 to roughly 40 millimeters of rain possible across Isabella. The American run shows even lower totals to nearly no rain, nearly a millimeter to roughly around 10 millimeters or 11 millimeters. The German run shows even lower totals to no rain, to maybe a maximum of around 6 to 7 millimeters of rain. So not a whole lot of rain there happening, because again, it is quite a compact system, so most of the rainfall will be happening along the west coast. For example, here's a look at the German run showing the system. Here, I will actually show you all the model runs and their rainfall. So here's a look at the European run showing the system where it's located at. These brighter pink colors and white colors are heavier rainfall rates. So here's right around 5 a.m. We go forward to 8 a.m., moving across Ilocos Sur. And roughly around 11 a.m., again crossing Ilocos Sur into Abra. And again at around 2 p.m., I believe that would be, mainly entering the Luzon Strait, and around 5 p.m. now in the Luzon Strait, impacting parts of the Babuin group of islands, and by around 8 p.m. Impacting the Batanes Islands. Now if we go over to the American run, American model run, showing the system impacting Ilocos Sur, moving in towards Abra within the next, this would be around 8 a.m., and then at around 11 a.m., impacting parts of Ilocos Norte and Abra, and then by around 2 p.m., it's near the Babuin group of islands. By around 5 p.m., it's near the Batanes Islands, and 8 p.m., and then beyond that, it starts weakening in terms of rainfall threat. Now, if we show the German run, at around 8 a.m., it shows it reaching Ilocos Sur, that area, the heavy rainfall rates, and by around 11 a.m., it's starting to reach around Abra and Ilocos Norte. And by around 2 p.m., it's impacting the Babuin group of islands, and by around 5 p.m. impacting, and 8 p.m. impacting the Batanes Islands. I don't think you have to buy a super chat for that. I don't know how that works. I think you might, but I'm not sure. All right, Sebastian asks, is that 40% area going to be in the Eastern Pacific or Central Pacific when it forms? Let's take a look at that. Now, the Central Pacific, I forget where exactly it starts. I'm going to pull up the, the National Hurricane Center and go over to the Central Pacific. I don't know where exactly it starts. I think it starts at around 140 degrees west. So I think it would form in the Central Pacific. Looking at the model runs here, that 140 line is where it would develop. So as you can see, both of these move it across the 140W when it develops. So most likely going to be a Central Pacific name then if it were to develop. We got two disturbances really to look out for. I don't think that they're going to really pull a Fujiwara interaction. But that one disturbance may form even in the western Pacific over the next 10 days or so. If it were, though, it's most likely going to stay out to sea, not really impact much. Looking in the North Indian Ocean, though, we can see the disturbance that was the remnants of wipha, likely developing over the next 24 hours or so before moving across India. We could see another area as well try to develop, so quite interesting watching these land depressions. Let's see. One, okay. Just looking at something there. And if we were to take a look at the Southwest Indian Ocean, now talking about the potential systems that may develop there, European is showing possibly two, or Euro AI is showing two disturbances potentially developing over the next 10 days or so. And the ensembles, I believe, are showing that as well. Yep. The 0Z European ensembles showing that along mainly south of the Bay of Bengal. If we look at the American ensembles, same thing. More support on that system by Indonesia. Again, if you have any questions about your local area across the northern Philippines and Luzon, any questions about your province, or any questions about your city that you could receive the impacts, is what I meant, I will gladly answer. Sebastian had asked, Chase, did you mark Comay or Emong as a Category 2? If not, why it weakened? I saw some people talking about dry air would be impacting it. I'm not quite sure. I'm going to look at if it is really that dry. I mean, there is some dry air over the Philippines that the system is going to have to absorb. But overall, though, I think it's intensified. It's starting to develop that upper level eye, but not really too organized. I think it's around a mid-range to high-end Category 1 at this time. I don't think it's a Category 2. That's why I have it as a Category 1 on the thumbnail. Ryan's asking, Chase, do you think Cosme was a tropical storm or Category 1? I will pull that up. Oops, hold on. I have Cosme as a Category 1 with winds of 75 miles an hour or 65 knots. Alright, again, if you are curious about any areas of any potential areas across the or any locations, whether it be provinces or anything like that, or family. So I'm going to pull up the signal warnings again. Okay. Let's see. Can you talk about Bataan? All right. Bataan is going to be that portion. Okay, south of Zambales. Zambales. Uh, let's see. Rain. They're getting probably moderate to heavy rain in some portions of northern Bataan. And looking at the rainfall forecast over the next 5 days across Bataan, general totals of around, let me zoom out more, of around 100 to 200 millimeters of rain over the next 5 days, according to the European model. The American model showing lower totals of around 100 to 130 millimeters of rain. The German model showing a much higher gradients, around 40 to even 100 to 200 millimeters of rain. And the Access model showing higher amounts, 80 to around 160 millimeters, 170. So generally around a 50 to 250 millimeters of rain could happen in that province. And again, if you all are curious about your province or family who lives in a different province or their city, you can always type it in the chat and I will gladly answer their impacts. But looking at the signal warnings for Bataan, only the northern portion are in a signal 1 warning. So really it's just going to be the northern portion of Bataan that's likely to get at least strong winds from it. The southern 2/3 of Bataan should be mostly fine in terms of wind. And if we look at the impacts from wind on the northern portion of Bataan, let's see, I think they're right there. Just going to double check where they're located at. Okay, yes, they're there. Winds could be as high as 80 kilometers an hour right now, but they are going to start to lower. They're likely experiencing the worst of it, or they likely were experiencing the worst of it a few hours ago. And conditions are going to continue to calm over the mountains. Okay, the mountains are going to experience the worst winds just because of their height. Elevation increases the winds. The higher up you go, the stronger the winds. If anyone else has any other questions about their province, you can always ask. Someone asked about Pampanga. Pampanga. That is going to be, I think that's a province. Yes, that is. Okay, that's just near Bataan. Showing rainfall totals, at least from the Access model, around 60 to, that would be around a 60 to 140 millimeters of rain are possible over the next 5 days, according to the European model. Showing totals of around 50 to around 110 millimeters of rain are possible. And across the German model, for you could get around a 10 to 50 millimeters of rainfall, lower totals compared to everywhere else. So generally, totals of around 10 to maybe 150 millimeters of rain are possible in those areas. And if we take a look at the signal warnings, most of Pampanga are in a signal 1 warning. Just the far southeastern or eastern portion of the province is not in any warnings. If we take a look at the winds, though, we can see they are under they are likely getting some winds of around 50 kilometers an hour, but it's not as strong as it was before. So they've likely experienced the worst of it, and conditions should continue to calm over the next 12 hours or so. All right, I've done Michael before. I think I've done Floyd. Anyways, let's see if a landfall does actually occur over the next 30 minutes or so. It's quite hard telling where the center actually is located at because we just have this thunderstorm that's helping to disrupt the storm. You're not really able to tell a whole lot. All we know there's just there's this powerful thunderstorm impacting La Union. Uh, John asked about Isabella. Let's take a look at the province of Isabella. Now remember, if you are curious about the impacts that your location could experience, or a family who lives across the Philippines who are getting impacted by these storms, you can always ask, and I'll gladly answer. So looking at Isabella right here, if we first look at this signal warning they're under, signal 2 warnings for the western half and signal 1 warnings for the eastern half of the province. But if we look at the rainfall, or the rain right now, it's really just only cloudy. Maybe some areas of light rain. Here, if we take a look at the radar plus, not really showing much rain. It's just a bit cloudy and gusty. But if we look at the rainfall forecast over the next 5 days, the European run is showing totals from around 5 to around 40 millimeters of rain are possible. The American run shows much lower totals of around 1 millimeter to around, I'd say around 20 millimeters of rain. The German run shows rainfall totals of nothing to around 10 millimeters of rain or so. So generally around 0 to 20, maybe 0 to 50 millimeters of rain are possible across Isabella. If you're curious about like a more pinpoint location, you can always ask and I'll gladly answer. Of course. And if we take a look at the winds that they're getting right now, it should be calm for parts of Isabella. Yeah. Maybe gusty, upwards of 60 to 70 kilometers an hour in some portions of it along the coast. And if we take a look at the surge forecast they're expected to get, they could also get surge of 1 to 2 meters. I did want to mention that along the eastern coast, or along the coast of Isabella. Around 1 to 2 meters, so that's around 3 to 6 feet of surge is possible in those areas. Yes, I've done Michael before. But yeah, if you are liking the stream and you like what I'm doing here, you can always like the stream and subscribe because remember I do these updates quite frequently. So if you want to stay up to date, be sure to consider subscribing. I've been talking about this system for the past 2 days, so. Okay, John says it's having some strong winds in Isabella. If we take a look at Isabella there, yeah, I mean it's a large province, so some areas could be getting around 70 to 80 kilometer an hour wind gust, but some areas could be getting only around 10 kilometer an hour wind gust. Okay, we have a new cone from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. Let's take a look at it. It shows its location as of, this would be as of 2 a.m. Oops, let me go back to satellite just so it stops glitching out. Shows it around 2 a.m. or yeah 2 a.m. on the Philippine time. Generally just along the coast of San Fernando, with winds of around 110 kilometers an hour. Has it moving, making landfall, and it's probably almost already made landfall at this point then, according to their forecast. But it has it reaching the Batanes Islands, or passing through the Baboon group of islands in the Batanes Islands, as around an 85 kilometer an hour tropical storm, before then reaching the Sakishima Islands as a remnant low, and nearing the rest of the Ryukyu Islands. Francisco is around 65 kilometers an hour, still a tropical storm, but it is expected to weaken and curve because of that Fujiwara interaction. So here, if I show you both of those cones, we can see that these systems are right here, right now. But then beyond that, they're going to be located right around here and here. So they're going to be tugging on each other, if that makes sense. And so that's what's curving them. So they're going to be located right around here and here. So this is what we call the Fujiwara interaction, the broad circulation. And then eventually they'll be located right around here by the time Francisco starts to dissipate. And then since that dissipates, this starts moving more east. And they are forecasting Crosa to become a typhoon over the next, this would be around 48 to 60 hours, before eventually weakening slightly by the time it nears Japan. See, Sherwin Malbin says strong winds and rain here in Atok, Benguet. If we take a look at that location and their impacts that they could be receiving, I swear I saw a talk. There it is, a talk right there. If we take a look at the satellite imagery right now, they should be experiencing a pretty strong thunderstorm here. If we take a look at the satellite imagery, yep, they're getting that strong thunderstorm. Satellite's not showing us as much. Here, I'm going to drink some water real quick. They're likely experiencing some heavy rain and gusty winds from it, but if we take a look at the rainfall that they could be getting across Talk, the European run shows an additional 300 millimeters of rain over the next 5 days. The American run, though, shows lower amounts of around 110 millimeters. Same for the German run, showing only around 40 millimeters of rain. The access model shows around 250, so it's possible that they could get 50 to upwards of 50 to 350 millimeters of rain over the next 5 days or so across those regions. Now, a talk in Benguets, I believe, is in a. Let's see, are they on the western portion or eastern portion? They're more on the eastern portion, so I believe they are only under a Signal 2 warning, either Signal 2 or Signal 3 warning. So again, they could experience some gale force winds or some storm force winds over the next few hours, if they aren't already experiencing that. If we take a look at a talk here on the German run here, showing it getting winds of upwards of 124 kilometers an hour. But in around an hour, it should start lowering, only around 100, I mean, not only, but 115 kilometers an hour. If we go forward another hour, around 94 kilometers an hour at around 7 a.m. Lowers to around 90 kilometers an hour at around 8 a.m. And if we go beyond that to around 10 a.m., or still 80. Around noon, or sorry, around noonish is when it will reach 70. At around 2 p.m., it will be around 60. And then around 7 p.m.-ish, it will be around 50, and then stalls at around the 40 to 50 kilometer an hour mark. Now, again, if you're curious on the impacts that your area could receive, you can always type it in the chat, and I will gladly answer. And if you're liking what we're doing here, you can always like the stream. That helps out a lot with the algorithm, getting it out to more people who are in the impact zone. JPS for Bagayo. Sorry if I butcher it again. I am from America, but okay, I see where it's located at there. Now they are in portions of western or southwestern. This would be sorry. Let me look at the province name again. That would be western Benguet. So they're likely either under Signal 2 to Signal 3 warning, which means they could be experiencing either gale force winds or storm force winds right about now. They are under a thunderstorm, a pretty severe thunderstorm right now, which is why they're getting such strong winds in that general area. If we take a look at the rainfall forecast, though, over the next 5 days, remember this is 5 days, not just right now, overall showing around 300 millimeters of additional rainfall over the next 5 days according to the European run, but the American run shows lower amounts of 140 millimeters, and the German run shows lower amounts of upwards of 70 millimeters. The Access run shows higher amounts of almost 350 millimeters of rain. So generally, totals of around 50 to 400 additional millimeters of rainfall are possible. So there could be some bad flooding in that area. If we take a look at the rain forecast, though, from these models showing where the system is expected to go, we see that the European run shows a very heavy thunderstorm over the area. And if we go forward to around 8 a.m., still showing it raining quite hard. At around 11 a.m., still raining. At around 2 p.m., still raining, but it's much lighter. and by around 5 a or 5 p.m., 8 p.m., showing much lighter rain, and then pretty much just quite light rain. But we could see another round happening on around 2 p.m. on Friday or 2 p.m. on Saturday, excuse me. Something to look out for, and then more rounds of rain the following days. If we take a look at the American run, it shows that rainfall's quite low right now, but if we go forward in time, much lower, and by the time it's roughly around noonish for you all in the Philippines, it should be all gone by that point, mostly. Just light rain. Looking at the German run, though, it mostly avoids it impacting there, but if we look at the Access run, showing heavy amounts of rain happening right around now. But if we go forward in time to around 8 a.m., still showing it impacting there, but by the time it reaches around noon, it should be gone. But there could be more rounds of rain, mainly on Saturday and Sunday. So again, just something to look out for. If you are curious about impacts that your province or your city could receive, you can always leave them in the chat and I will gladly answer. Sherwin asks, sir, can you show us the location of this typhoon right now? Thanks a lot. Of course, the typhoon is located, if I pull this up, I'm going to zoom out slightly here. If I pull up satellite imagery on it, my best guesstimate on where the center is going to be right around here, near Ilocos Sur. It's roughly only around 25 kilometers away from Ilocos Sur, roughly around 40 kilometers away from Abra, roughly around 50 to 60 kilometers away from, sorry, I'm trying to lower that right here, but around 50 to 60 kilometers away from Ilocos Norte, around 50 kilometers away from La Union, roughly 60 to 70 kilometers away from, this would be Benguet, and roughly around 65 kilometers away from Mountain Province. So those are the areas that are, and how far away it is from. And looking at the Babuin group of islands, roughly around 200 kilometers away, and then the Batanes Islands, roughly 400 kilometers away from. I don't know what Emong peaked at. It might have been 90 miles an hour. I'm not sure. I'm confused. Yeah, that makes sense. Joint Typhoon Warning Center lowered it down to a tropical storm. Quite confusing. It might just be a low-end Cat 1 at this time. It's mostly maintained its strength for quite some time. But I'm curious when the system will actually make its landfall. Seems like it's still not made its landfall just yet. Maybe it's moving due north at this point, honestly. It's quite hard to tell. Curious if we have new runs out since we've been streaming for quite a long time. Nope. I don't think it's going to make landfall in the next 10 minutes. I think it's just going to make landfall longer. I'm going to up it to 30 minutes. Because I don't see it making landfall that quick. It's been moving more north, I think. More towards my last forecast cone. I'm not quite sure if it will make oops, sorry. What the heck is that? Okay, yeah, that's the blob of the thunderstorm. But to me it looks like it's going to be moving towards Ilocos Sur or in Ilocos Norte. Hard telling where the center actually is. Maybe it is in the next 30 minutes if the center is located along the border between Ilocos Sur and La Union. Again, if you have any questions about your local area, you can ask in the chat. We have a question about Cagayan. If we take a look at that area, it's currently quite calm right now, actually. Because the system is fairly compact, they're not expected to get a whole lot. If we look at the rainfall forecast, over the next 5 days, showing light totals of around 20 to 50 millimeters. Of course, it's avoiding this very dangerous rainfall totals off towards the west. But the American run, and of course, if you're curious about the impacts that your area could get, you can leave it in the chat, and I will gladly answer. The American run showing lower totals again, around 5 to 50 millimeters of rain. German run showing lower totals of around 3 to upwards of 75 millimeters of rain are possible in that area. And Cagayan is in a signal 2 warning. And looking at the surge impacts that they could get, surge, it could be 1 to 2 meters of surge. So if you're in a low-lying area, it's best to be somewhere away from there. Again, though, we're roughly around 80 minutes or so away from the next Pagasa update. I haven't gone over a review of this stuff, so I'll show it to you all. Starting out with the latest forecast cone. There we go. This was as of 2 a.m. here. It shows the system becoming a tropical storm, or weakening as a tropical storm by the time it reaches the Luzon Strait and the Babuan group of islands. And then by the time it reaches the Sakishima Islands, it's expected to be a tropical depression at around Saturday morning, almost around noon. And by the time it reaches around midnight on Saturday into Sunday morning, it could be a low pressure area and likely dissipate sometime on Sunday. If we take a look at the rainfall threat over the next, or here, I'm going to see if Pagasa has updated at all on Facebook. Okay, they made a brief summary showing all the 3 systems. The next update again is at 5 a.m. Oh, it's at 5 a.m. Oh shoot, wait, never mind. It's in 20 minutes. Whoops. I realized that's pretty quick. I forgot it's not 6 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock. But looking at the rainfall forecast. This is from around, this would be around tonight into tomorrow evening. Showing rainfall totals of around 200 millimeters plus for parts of Ilocos Norte, Abra, Ilocos Sur, La Union, Benguets, and Pangasinan, and parts of Zambales, and parts of far western Mindoro. And looking forward towards just this general area, and then if we look at the area that could experience 100 to 200 millimeters of rain, Mountain Province is in that, and parts of, that's mostly it there, but parts of western Luzon again. And looking at areas that could get 50 to 100 millimeters of rain, the Babuan group of islands here. Then we have, let's see what else, Metro Manila as well, in the rest of Mindoro. Looking at the next day's forecast, though, this would be from this evening to Saturday evening. We have 100 to 200 millimeters of rain impacting parts of the Batanes Islands and the Babuan group of islands there. We have it impacting Ilocos Norte, and then parts of La Union and parts of Benguets, and Pangasinan and Zambales, and parts of western Mindoro. And we have 50 to 100 millimeters of rain impacting portions of Mountain Province, Abra, Ilocos Sur, let's see, parts of Metro Manila, and the rest of Mindoro. Again, if you're curious about the impacts that your area could get, you can always leave them in the chat. And then looking at the beyond that, the 50 to 100 millimeters of rain on this would be Saturday evening to Sunday evening. Zambales and Mindanao and Bataan could get around 50 to 100 millimeters of rain. Looking at the surge forecast, though, there is this would be roughly around 1 to 2 meters of surge is expected along the coast of Zambales and along the coast of northeastern coast of Luzon, including portions of the Babuan group of islands and the Batanes Islands could get 1 to 2 meters of surge. But this worst area here of 2 to 3 meters of surge includes portions of, includes the entirety of the Pangaya, sorry, uh, Pangasinan. Pangasinan could get 2 to 3 meters of surge, including La Union, Ilocos Sur, and Ilocos Norte. If you are in those areas along the coast and in a surge-prone area, and you are able to go to somewhere that has higher ground, it's recommended that you do so in a sturdy structure, especially for parts of La Union and Ilocos Sur. That was the latest update from Pagasa. And if we take a look at signal warnings, though, forgot to show that as well. There is a signal 4 warning in effect for southwestern half of Ilocos Sur, majority of La Union, and parts of northwestern Pangasinan. These signal 4 warnings mean that typhoon force winds are likely. But if we take a look at the signal 3 warnings in effect, we see that's the southern half of Ilocos Norte, going further west across this province, and then western mountain province, western Benguets, and parts of northwestern or central Pangasinan, and parts of northern Zambales. Signal 2 or in those areas could experience at least storm force winds over the next several hours. And then looking at Signal 2 warnings, Batanes Islands, the Babuin group of islands, most of northern Luzon here, and towards the rest of Benguet, Mountain Province, Pangasinan, and parts of northern Zambales. That could get, these are at least gale force winds or tropical storm force winds. And areas that could experience at least strong winds are parts of the rest of, a majority of the rest of northern Luzon, including Zambales. So that's roughly the update for, this was as of 2 a.m. update across Pagasa, from Pagasa. And their next update should be out over the next 14 minutes or so. Sorry about that, just wanted to drink some water. See if we can see any more about Dvorak there. Not a whole lot. I'm going to see if there's any more chat messages. Not really. Again, we do have a poll running there if you want to select what signal warning you're under. Yes, refreshing. I'm going to drink some more water, in fact. Just haven't drank a whole lot of water in the past 4 hours. Good to stay hydrated. If you're liking what we're doing, I'd consider subscribing if you haven't already. Don't worry, I'm fine down here in Florida. We aren't getting as much as everyone else is across the United States. Curious if this shows anything. Not really, its high temperature hasn't really been that warm at all. It doesn't really show much. Okay. But yeah, I mean, it has made a run towards the north. That is something that it did do. Maybe it will make landfall over the next 20 minutes or so. We'll see in the latest Pagasa update. It's hard that we don't have, or it sucks that we don't have any radar coverage in that area, really, at least on this map. But here, though, we can see portions of, let's see what's getting impacts here. Portions of Pangasinan and parts of Zambales getting lighter rain now, whereas most of the impacts are happening across La Union. Union. It might actually make landfall, yeah, in the next 10 minutes or so, 20 minutes, if it hasn't already. Uh, There's some heavy bands, though, impacting. I think those are at least heavy bands of rain impacting parts of eastern Luzon there, maybe. Maybe it's hard telling. But honestly, I can see a landfall within the next 17 minutes or so. That's where it was as of 2 o'clock. I'm curious if there's a place where you can see the Joint Typhoon Warning Center discussion. That's something I'd like to read. Oh, nice. There is stuff like that. Okay. Here we go. I'll cover this with you all. So this is of the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. Here has it as, oh wait, no, that's not the most recent one. That is 65 knots. It's now officially 60 knots, so uh hmm. It doesn't. Okay, the next statement isn't out just yet. So it won't say why it's a tropical storm at this time. Thought it would. I'm gonna look again and see why. That was as of 21Z, so 21Z. What time is that? That would be 5 p.m. So, huh? Uh, I'm not seeing why they would have lowered it. Anyways, though, I will read this discussion though. Oops, sorry. So satellite analysis, initial position and intensity discussion, enhanced or animated enhanced infrared satellite imagery depicts a central dense overcast feature persisting over the last 2 hours. Despite Typhoon Comay, also known as Emong, proximity to land, deep convection associated with the system remained well organized given the predominantly favorable environmental conditions. Additional analysis reveals warm 29 to 30 degrees Celsius sea surface temperatures, enhanced upper level divergence due to robust equatorial and poleward outflow channels, and plentiful mid to upper level moisture. Vertical wind shear remains low, only around 5 to 10 knots. That's quite low there. Supporting maintenance of a deep convection in the near term. However, these factors are increasingly offset by frictional convergence and vorticity stripping associated with the proximity to land, particularly over the eastern semicircle of the circulation. The system continues to be embedded within the southwesterly quadrant of a broad monsoonal gyre, characterized by a synoptic scale cyclonic circulation. The center of the gyre is positioned southeast of Taiwan. That's what we were showing here. If we look at it right there, Oops, sorry. Generally to the southeast of Taiwan, and you can see this very broad monsoonal circulation. Anyways, going back to this though, to the southeast of Taiwan, with the axis generally aligned parallel to the southeastern China coastline. The initial position there, high satellite, okay. Alright. Scatterometer pass, okay. Alright, so that's how they got 65 knots. Interesting. Medium confidence there. Um, yep, okay, and then the model discussion here. Oh no, forecast discussion. Yep, okay, Typhoon 11W has completed a recurvature loop as it nears the west coast of Luzon, Philippines. While synoptic scale patterns remain favorable for intensity maintenance, or land interaction is beginning to dominate, impacting the low-level inflow and resulting in structural disruption of the vortex. Subsequently, a sharper decline in intensity is forecast as the core traverses northern Luzon on a northeastward trajectory. Shortly after 12 hours, the system is expected to reemerge over the open water northeast of Luzon, with maximum winds reducing to 45 to 50 knots. Thereafter, the typhoon will track northeastward along the eastern flank of that gyre, that big low pressure area, skirting it and okay, well, decouple from deep convection, slow down, and begin basically becoming a remnant low. Alright. Okay, so it's mainly all that gyre, that Fujiwara interaction is what we call it. I'll probably keep going because of the amount of viewers. Right now, I've been trying to keep it where if the viewers reach below 15 for 5 minutes, then I will stop the stream. At the next hour, I'll do it when it reaches below 20 for over 5 minutes. So it might end over the next 30 minutes, is my guess, depending on how many people are actively watching. Oops, okay, let me go back to this. Okay. Again, though, we are only around 4 minutes away from when the next update should be released. Gonna check off stream real quick, see if anyone's mentioned anything. Oh dang, microwave imagery shows it's quite disrupted. This was as of 18Z. This was as of around 2 a.m. They're approaching Ilocos Sur, or La Union, and Ilocos Sur. So it's probably made landfall pretty soon. Within the next 10 minutes or so is my guess. Let's see if there's anything else being mentioned in the chat. Not a whole lot just yet. And if you're curious about your local areas, you can always ask in the chat and I will gladly answer. Hello, Aileen. From Christine Trammy, yes. Long time. It's nearly been a year now. Almost, like maybe 9 to 10 months. So how's everything been there? I think it's been mostly calm up until now. Thank you for joining back in the stream. It's raining a lot. Can you remind me where you're located along? I think it was along the eastern portion, northeastern portion of the Philippines, or northeastern portion of Luzon. Again, if anyone's curious about their local impacts, just type in a city name and I will gladly go over the impacts. Or even province if you want to know the general area. Any moment now, though, we should get an update. I'm in Metro Manila. Ah, okay. So it is still raining in Metro Manila? Okay. Here, I'll pull up a live camera around the Metro Manila area. Yep, it is showing some rain there. It's a bit gusty, but not too bad. That's good that it hasn't flooded a lot. Oh yeah, this is not even close to the longest stream. Can you tell me what it was, the longest stream that's not automated? I'm curious to know that. And it is now 5 a.m., which means we should get a new update from Pagasa any moment. It might be another 30 minutes or so. Their last time that they sent the update was out at 2:29. So it might take another even 34 minutes since one of their updates was at 11:34. It looks like within the next 6 minutes or so, it will make a landfall. Now, some of those streams were automated for most of it. Akita Mix says, I'm in Kalinga. I'll pull that up. Kalinga, Philippines. Is this where it's at? I'm guessing that this is where you're at. If I'm wrong, you can correct me. It's quite calm there because this is a fairly compact system. It only covers like just the northern amount of Luzon, and it's only really on the western half of it right now. So generally calm conditions there. Roughly in that area. Rainfall totals are not expected to be that high. Over the next 5 days or so, the European run only showing around 24 millimeters of rain. The American run showing only around 8 millimeters. German run only showing 1.5. I say not a whole lot of rain. It's because it's so compact, it's most likely going to be to the west. Tabuk, Kalinga. This be it? Oh, it's Kalinga the province. Oh, it's the province. My bad. Yep, thank you. Looking at Tabuk, though, they could get higher amounts of rain. They are on the opposite side of the mountains, though. If we take a look at the satellite imagery, though, it is starting to approach it. All these heavy thunderstorms are approaching the area. Rainfall totals, and again, if you are curious about your area of potential impacts, you can always ask in the chat. European run showing around 50 millimeters of rain over the next 5 days. American run showing around 40 millimeters, and the German run showing around 10 millimeters of rain. Overall, though, the worst impacts are expected to happen if I pull, or first off, signal warnings. I believe they are under a, they are under a signal 2 warning, which means you should be expecting tropical storm slash gale force winds over the next few hours. Looking at Kalinga, though, there, and Tabuk, showing it's quite calm right now, not a whole lot of wind, but over the next few hours, though, those winds not really going to increase a whole lot, thankfully. But it could get some tropical storm force winds there. There was an eye on a radar briefly, but it's now like mostly gone. Let's see. Mark asked, "Vegan, a loco sewer, please." Now that area might get the landfall, or might just miss it there. We're looking at a landfall over the next 3 minutes or so, which it is likely making a landfall somewhere along there, maybe just towards the east. It's very hard telling where it's making a landfall. I'm likely going to declare landfall though over the next few minutes. But anyways, looking at that area on your Vegan, showing that the system, if we look at satellite, showing it's right over the area and it's moving like probably heavy thunderstorms over there with strong thunderstorms with heavy rainfall rates likely going on there. If we look at the rainfall forecast over the next 5 days, 260 millimeters of rain from the European run, around 190 on the American run, and around 230 on the German run. So generally around 150 to 300 millimeters of rain are possible over the next 5 days. Alright, I'm going to refresh to see if Pagasa has a new update. They did something about a flood bulletin. That's all they've done so far. I'm going to try and get an image of this. Yep, okay, I have this ready to send an image in the comments. We do have a thunderstorm by Leoa up there on the top. Alright. Rose asks, I'm wondering if Dante, Francisco, is going to hit land before dying out. Has it died out? Not yet. It's confusing. If I pull up a scatterometer pass here of that system, it showed that the circulation wasn't that well organized. Here it was. Most of it was just contamination, though, I think. I don't know if it even was a tropical cyclone at this time. It was only really a half pass, so it didn't show us a whole lot. I mean, I'm not quite sure if it is still a tropical cyclone, if its circulation is that organized. I forgot, there's this website that I can use called AI Viz from Depaya. Pretty good website. If we take a look at Francisco on the AI visible imagery, showing it still has its circulation intact there, it appears. Yep, right in there. It's pretty sheared, though. The thunderstorms are quite far away from it. So it's likely going to be a remnant low over the next few hours, if it's not, or like mainly within the next, within the next 6 to 12 hours. It's likely not going to hit land because it's going to get pulled by Emong. And there's this broad monsoonal circulation in between those two systems. You can see it all in here. The center is located right around here-ish, or just to the southeast of Taiwan there. And so they're going to try and do a dance around one another. So yeah. Oops. Okay. Yep, it was a large system earlier. Sorry, trying to exit out of that. There we go. wipha was the system that birthed these systems. You'd see how large wipha was initially, but it started splitting off. This band of thunderstorms decided to stall in the Philippine Sea and would eventually become three disturbances here. Francisco, 90W, and then Emong. They're all different systems here that then started circling around one another. You had one system moving that way, one moving that way, one moving that way. So they were all pretty much circling around this one area. That's pretty much what's pulling Emong towards the northeast. And we are declaring a landfall now as a Category 1 most likely. Pagasa update is up. Thank you for letting me know. Don't see it just yet. All I see is an update for the rainfall forecast, which I'll pull up shortly. But here, I'll refresh this just to see if it's out yet. Nope, it still says at 2 a.m. Nope, this is the new cone though. So I will show the difference between these two cones. Not a whole lot, just shifted slightly more to the east. Likely just along the coast there, and this was the 2 a.m. position as a reminder. So it's probably already made landfall. Oops, just waiting any moment now for the Pagasa update. On Facebook is what I meant, just so that way I can respond to that. And they should post the signal warnings then to see if there's an update on those. Mark asks, is it possible that Typhoon Emong intensified before the second landfall? Well, it has made its second landfall most likely right now, so it's likely not going to intensify any further. And just giving a brief update on the... Oh, geez, why'd that stop? Okay, please tell me this worked. Please tell me this didn't stop. Okay, please. Okay, it's still working, right? Well, it's still here. Sorry about that. I don't know why OBS just suddenly decided to stop for a moment. That was a bit scary. I'm guessing Twitter stopped, though. Yep, it stopped. Of course. Anyways, though, going to refresh, see if the next update is out on here. Okay, well, it says Typhoon Emong accelerates and is about to make landfall in Ilocos Sur or the northern portion of La Union. Let's see, so I'm going to see if the signal warnings here have updated. Yes, they have. The only difference, though, really is that portions of Pangasinan are no longer in those signal 4 warnings, and parts of southern La Union are no longer in those signal 4 warnings either. Nothing else has really updated besides that. So I'm going to update this real quick. Just so on the stream overlay it shows that. Oops. All right. I'm just going to also see if Facebook made a post about it. If they posted it on Facebook at all, their update there. Oops. Nope, dang it. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. All right, let's see what else. I'm sorry, I was going to try and save that again. Okay, save as Pagasa warnings. There we go. In theory, this should replace it and it should update it. There we go. So yep, some areas are no longer in that signal 4 warning. But in our opinion, it's likely made a landfall. Oh, Batanas is now signal 2? I don't think so. Batanas is still signal... Oh yeah, signal 2. It's been signal 2, yeah. I thought you were saying the orange color, my fault. Alright, well, to go over the summary of the update for rainfall forecast from Pagasa, I will pull that up. So we can see the rainfall that is expected across today. If I update the map here, shows pretty much the same thing, but areas that are expected to get over 200 millimeters of rain today are Ilocos Norte, Abra, Ilocos Sur, parts of La Union, Benguets, and Pangasinan, and parts of far western Mindoro. Areas there could experience a widespread incidence of severe flooding and landslides. Areas in the orange there denote areas of around 100 to 200 millimeters of rain. So that includes the Batanes Islands, the Baboon Group of Islands, parts of northern Philippines there, or northern Luzon, parts of Mountain Province, and down further south towards Zambales and Bataan. And those areas could experience numerous flooding events. Landslides are likely in areas that are susceptible to it. And looking at the 50 to 100 millimeters of rain, majority of Luzon in that, and including Metro Manila. Could get some flooding in areas that are highly susceptible to that. That's just for today. Now, if we look at tomorrow's impacts, we can see that the impacts have shifted quite a lot. Now, majority of it is going to be, or like the areas that are actually impacted by the storm itself, is parts of the far northeastern tip of Luzon and parts of the Baboon Group of Islands and the Batanes Islands. The areas that are expected to get 100 to 200 millimeters of rainfall, though, are going to be from the southwesterly monsoon, pushing those winds that towards the Philippines. It's parts of Ilocos Sur, La Union, Benguet, Pangasinan, Zambales, and then parts of the western parts of Mindoro. And then 50 to 100 millimeters of rainfall expected for much of Luzon there, including Metro Manila. And then going on to the next day beyond that, it's pretty much the same thing as the last forecast. This would be Saturday, this would be Sunday's impacts. Same exact places there, Zambales, and Bataan and western Mindoro. 50 to 100 millimeters of additional rainfall expected then. So overall, though, some of these areas could experience rainfall totals as high as like 400 plus millimeters of rain along the west coast of Luzon. Binky Bonk asked, did Emong ever develop an eye? Yes, it did. It did develop an eye. Let me go back in time. Right around here, you could see it on satellite imagery there popping out. But it also did have an eye on radar as it made landfall in Pangasinan. Rosa says there's a possibility to have more signal 4 warnings and 3 warnings in more areas in Benguets, La Union, and Ilocos Sur. I think it's done for additional signal 4 warnings, honestly. They didn't really add anything more. It's mainly because the system is going to rapidly weaken over land, so it should only be just a tropical storm by the time it moves over water again. So again, our top fans, though, as of the last update, are going to be Wolf as in his number 1. Number 2 is Katinko. Number 3 is Arnold, Akita, Sebastian, Joel, Mamerds, Getz, John, and Rose, Rick. All those people there. This is so confusing, though, how this actually works. Here, I'm going to make a post on social media real quick just about the system making landfall or about to make landfall. Just so that way, again, that I can inform people on Facebook, all that stuff. So again, if you haven't already, you should follow me on Twitter or X or Facebook or Blue Sky. Typhoon Comay, also known as Emong, PH, is making landfall in northern Luzon in the Philippines as a Category 1 system. Is fortunately expected to quickly weaken before emerging over the Luzon Strait. Just do Typhoon there. Okay, and then I'm going to post the same thing on Facebook and then onto Blue Sky as well. The best place to follow me is on Twitter because I post the most amount of stuff there, including my chases. Facebook is also a good platform, but I don't post about my chases. It posts mainly about the cyclones. That's why it's cyclone tracking. And Blue Sky isn't really that great because it doesn't allow me to send satellite loops. It only allows me to send an image. So I'm just going to get that as well, and then I'll continue. Just making sure everything got posted. There we go. Let's see if there's any other questions about local areas. But yeah, the mountains could disrupt the system if it moves more eastern. Exactly. Alright, well... well, again, the system has made landfall, which means a majority of the areas, or unofficially landfall. I don't know if that's actually the system's eye popping out or if that's just a nascent eye. It looks more like a nascent eye there. So since I'm going to declare the landfall, though, I'm probably going to wrap it up soon. Yep. So I'm going to go over a brief summary here. If you're generally towards the west of probably this line, you've experienced the worst of it, or I'm going to actually do it even further. Probably something like that. No, more so even, no, sorry. Uh, Roughly like that, I'd say. If you're in this area, you've likely already experienced the worst of it, and conditions will begin to improve. However, if you're on that, oops, sorry, uh, oops, right around there. If you're on the, okay, if you're on the northern portion of this, you still have to go through the worst of it. But as a reminder, if you're on the west side of it or south side of it, you still have to deal with the flooding potential. It's just that the wind impacts are the worst of it, like in terms of heaviest rainfall, all that kind of stuff, likely over. Universe says I'm on Metro Manila, I'm Signal 1. I think, nope, Metro Manila is not under a Signal 1 warning. They are not in any warnings. But they could get around a 50 to 100 millimeters of rain today, and again tomorrow. But yes, now we're going over the wide view of tropics right now, and then I'll wrap it up, I guess. Looking at things from most threatening to least threatening over the next few days. Talking about least threatening system is probably going to be the one by the Eastern Pacific. It is only around a 40% chance of development, and it's expected to move westwards and be south of Hawaii, so not really impact anywhere. We do have a disturbance with a 10% chance in the Gulf over here by Texas and Louisiana. Only around a 10% chance of development. It's around a too far north for it to really get going. Looking at our next system, though, we have Francisco, which is expected to weaken and become a remnant low over the next 12 hours or so, before moving gradually towards China and Taiwan. Not expecting a live stream out of that. Crosa is forecasted to become a typhoon, and we could use an update on the system because of its threat towards the Northern Mariana Islands, mainly rainfall threat. So, and also over India here, we have this system that might become a land depression soon. Just something to look out for. Could be some heavy rainfall across Bangladesh and India. So again, that's another system to look out for. All right, let's see. Another question is about Laoa City. Laoa City. If we take a look at Laoa City there, rainfall accumulations over the next 5 days, roughly around 160 millimeters according to the European run. The American run shows around 180 millimeters, and the German run shows around 130 millimeters. So generally around 100 to 200 millimeters of rain are possible there, additional amounts. And signal warning, I believe they are under a signal 3 warning. Either signal 3 or signal 2. Ilocos Norte, I believe they are under a signal 3 warning. So there could be storm force winds that you all experience over the next few hours. Alright, well, going over the summary of the system again, it is expected to move inland and deliver some harder or harsh impacts. There will likely be an update at around 10 o'clock-ish on this system that I will do another live stream on. Depending on what the code is, it will determine how long it is. But yeah, just be ready for that. I will be posting another cone showing the remaining impacts at around that time as well. So again, be prepared to see that as well. Curious if there's any new runs on this system, whether it be the HAFS run or the HWARF run. Nope. Again, though, it should quickly weaken before moving across I don't know, across the. Anyway, sorry. Um. Anyways, I'm probably gonna wrap it up now. Thank you all so much for tuning in the stream. If you haven't already, be sure to subscribe. And if you think you are, you should probably check, just in case. That way you can stay up to date on these live streams, especially those that hit the Philippines. And again, I will be doing an update most likely later tonight, so you'll be more than prepared to see that as well. Yeah, thank you all so much for watching, and of course, you are all welcome for the live stream. 4.5 hours, it was worth it, in my opinion, to give you all this update. Thank you all so much for watching, and remember, stay safe, and I will see you in the next update. Good, stay safe.